Hello everyone, how's it going? Welcome back to the continuation of the Resident Evil 4 playthrough. Yeah, well, let's go ahead and continue from where we left off in Resident Evil 4. I think we're about to fight another boss fight, well, if you can count that fish as a boss fight, which I guess you can count it. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Maybe the title is gonna spoil what's gonna happen in that fight. Maybe. Yeah, I guess we're gonna play some Resident Evil 4. Of course, something tells me that I'm gonna get bored of it real fast. I still don't know what I even want to play. I just want to play something. I don't know what. I just want to play something. Oh. I did make myself some tea, so at least I know what I want to drink. It's delicious. It is delicious. We're going to play God Hand on Steam. Have a nice day. I did play that game. On stream, and it was fun. It was definitely fun. Siberia Remastered got released? Huh. That's very interesting. Kate Walker. And to a mixed to a mixed rating. Just nope, I love so much the original game, but this remaster is very disappointing for me. The graphics is generally good, but poor Kate is turned into an ugly zombie. And why add extra puzzles in the cemetery? Here with the typo. And why? Why do not need memo help anymore at the dam? Well, whoever wrote that's definitely his English. English is not his first language, just like me. So my English sucks. Huh? Very interesting. Just a very bad remaster. Huh. I've already played the game. I don't feel like I want to play Siberia anymore. I did have the opportunity to actually play number 3. That is something that, well, maybe I'm gonna do that. Maybe, who knows? Or you're gonna eat have a nice day today, or we're gonna eat beef. Beef. We're gonna eat beef today. I still haven't made any, though. I will. Maybe in an hour or so, I'm gonna start making something to eat. Anywho, viewers, let's play a little bit of this highly acclaimed game. I think I've picked up everything in here. This is where I need to go, I believe. Huh. Okay. I thought I needed to go to the other door first. But I guess no need.
Rápido, rápido, rápido. Usa los músculos. Rápido, apúrense.
Rápido!
Ay, se vuelve loco.
Mierda. Damn. Oh. Damn, nice throw. Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna have to use the shotgun here. Gonna have to use the shotgun here. Rapido, rapido. Oh, sure. Oh yeah, I forgot. You cannot reload inside the attaché case. Oh. Am I dead? Not really. I think I need to... Oh shit, that was fast. Oh no! Arrgh! The dog is gonna help me.
It's that dog.
It's that dog! Should have used it immediately. Oh. Now we're gonna be able to cut this. We have to go to the back. What's, hey. Is he stuck? I think. Ah, and that's it for the boss. I think. Huh? This game is easy. What's gonna happen to the dog? What's gonna happen to the dog? A lot of moolah. The dog is out. Ooh. Yes, sir. Combine this with this. Yeah, ta 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 la 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 la. Is that where I need to go? Merchant? No, I think I need to go over here. Yeah, la 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 la. Yeah, la 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 la. Oh, these guys are angry. Ah. Actually, I got a few emails once. Nice try. Nice try. Gonna go explore and see what's inside this hut. Yeah ta 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 yeah ta ta. Yeah ta ta yeah ta. Oh, well, there's nothing. Yeah ta ta. Footsies? Oh shit, that actually reached me. Damn, he's good. How's my shotgun? It's full. Don't point. I don't think that's where I need to go. The game just allows me to backtrack, which is strange. Imbecile! Yeah, this is not where I need to go. We'll take that though. Oh. Yeah, let's just advance. These are the most dangerous enemies they're gonna find in this game. I'm surprised that the game actually allows you to backtrack. But yeah, this is not where we need to go. Yeah, ta 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 ta. Yeah, ta 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 ta. Yeah, ta 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 ta. Nothing inside. Well, I guess we're gonna be able to go to the church now. Jump over. There's definitely gonna be someone inside, right? I wonder if the knife bug is active in here, like similar to Resident Evil 2 Remake, where your knife damage is gonna be increased thanks to the high frame rate. You're not my dog! Wait, that's not my dog! That's not my dog! This is where I need to go. There's a hole as big as your mama's. No, let's ignore these. More puzzles. More useless puzzles. Money for the church, I guess. Insignia. I wonder if it's a religion from... I wonder if it's a religion from this region. Oh. What do I need to do here? I don't think I need to shoot these. Ooh, there's a ladder over there. Gonna be some enemies in here. Actually, it's gotta be here somewhere. Gotta be a way to open this. Ooh. Lord Settler. Ooh, fancy. Turn. Turn. Back. Blue. Or green. Green. No, I think I need to turn the green. Turn the green. Turn the green. Yes. And blue. Turn. Yeah, it seems this is it. Combine. First try. First try. Granata. This is the door that I need to get into. Cutscene.
Ashley.
Don't come!
Hey, take it easy.
No! Get away!
Calm down. Everything's going to be just fine. My name's Leon. I'm under the President's order to rescue you.
What? My father?
That's right. And I have
My
to get you
father?
out of here. Now come with me.
Oh, that was easy for her. Oh, your father said.
It's Leon. I've succeeded in extricating my subject.
Good work, Leon. I'll send a chopper over right away.
Where's the extraction point?
There's another trail that you can take to get out of the village. The chopper
I
will be
mean,
not beyond there.
can't you just
I'm on my
turn
way.
back from where you came from? Nobody cares. You can still shoot her, by the way. It's not like stupid ass Resident Evil 2 remake where they're not gonna allow you to shoot your teammate. And you cannot talk to her, right? Yeah, you cannot. She's not gonna jump here. I'm gonna have to catch her, I guess. Catch.
I'll take the girl,
Who are you?
if you must know. My name is Osmond Sadler.
Osmond
The
Sadler.
Master's fine religious community.
Damn, well, he actually looks really detailed.
The world our astounding power, of course. No longer will the United States think they can police the world forever. So, we kidnap the president's
Politics in my video
in order
games?
to give her our power, and then send her back.
No. Leon, I think they shot something in my neck.
What did you do to her?
What did you do to her?
Her a little gift. Oh, there's going to be one hell of a party when she returns home to her loving father. But before that, I thought I might bargain with the president for some donation. Believe it or not, it
Donations?
quite a lot of money
Or donation?
to keep this church up and running.
Faith and money will lead you nowhere, Sadler.
Oh, I believe I forgot to tell you that we gave you the same gift.
When I was unconscious.
Oh, I truly hope you like our small but special contributions.
Contribution.
Hatch, you will become my puppets. Involuntarily, you'll do as I say. I'll have total control over your minds.
We'll see about
I
that.
think this is a
No
revolutionary
thanks,
way
bro.
to promulgate one's faith.
Sounds more like an alien invasion if you ask me.
I think I need to dodge these. No. Woo!
You okay?
Leon, what's gonna happen to us?
Don't worry.
You're gonna
Out
die!
of this mess, we can get out of it.
Well, end of chapter, something coming. Saving us for pussies. Alright. Let's go through here. Open from the other side. Holy! This is the whole shindig. Where do I need to go? Wait, is the game gonna show me what I need to shoot at? Well, okay. I'll take that, I guess. It's going to be one over there.
Leon, shoot those barrels on that wagon.
That's it? Well, I guess that did it. Shoot the barrels on that wagon! What? How the hell did these guys die? Well, as long as they're gonna give me money for that, I ain't complaining. Are we gonna get that scene soon? I see Mr. President has equipped his daughter with ballistics too. Climb down. We're not gonna need to catch her.
Welcome.
Oh, he just flashed me.
Rare things on sale, stranger. What are you buying?
Where's my attaché case? Red 9. Powerful guns are not really something that you would want to have. It's the best. It's really to your benefit to have your gun as weak as possible. Like firing speed and all that, it's okay. Capacity as well, but firepower, it's definitely better for you to make it as weak as possible. Mainly because you want to stun people, so you can actually have some sort of crowd control through melee attacks. That's it.
Come back anytime.
Come back anytime. How many bullets do I have? I do have a lot. I do have a lot. I should have sold these. Yeah, I should sell them actually.
What are you selling?
What are you selling? That's a cool box though.
Is that all, stranger? Thank you.
I would probably sell these as well, but I might actually need a rifle. Don't know if I'm gonna find one soon
Is that
though.
all, stranger? Thank you.
Need an egg? Not for me. No need for me to actually sell any of these until
What are you buying?
firepower. What's the power for the TMP? Maybe I should have a TMP. TMP is big though. That's a big problem. Not to mention that its bullets are kind of expensive. What are you buying? What are you selling? Well, I guess I do have an okay impression of the merchant. Yeah. Save room? Save? Saving is for pussies. Let's save. What if I go check this area again, see if there's a chance for me to loot and get some interesting stuff from here. I just sold these. I'll take some. Damn, they fixed this window? I think there was someone over here. Ashley?
Where are you going, Leon?
Oh, okay. Oh, you just stick here.
Where are you going, Leon?
Oh shit. Damn. It killed me. I thought I'd be able to kick him before he recovers. What did you? Don't point at me. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Samula. Mula Samula. Nothing in here. Can I hit on his back? Right. Mula Samula. Mula Samula. Mula Samula. Of course. Too slow, I think. Do it again. Yeah. Alright, what you gonna give me? Someone behind me? Oh. No more? Alright, now let's go ahead and explore this area. Ransack this place. If only they'd allow you to talk to Ashley. Talk smack about her for a little bit. Woo! She gonna jump? Or is she gonna... Well, somehow you got here. You don't need me, I guess. Yeah, I don't think I can enter this area. It's kind of getting hot here. Yours. Let me open some windows. No, this game still looks amazing. The only thing I'm getting is just money. I'm not gonna say no to that. Damn, I'm surprisingly... I do have a lot of, red herbs. Was that a yellow herb that I missed just now? Whee! Am I gonna have to catch her? Yeah. From all the way up there? God damn. From all the way up there. Alright, so I guess it's gonna be one of these doors. Yeah. Guess it's gonna be this one. Oh, now that one's blocked. Give me my pesos. It has been boarded. I guess I'd better find another route. Now to check the other path. From over here? I think this is the... where it came from. This one is boarded as well. Better find another route. Another route. Oh, they took the guy that was in the middle here. He's not here no more. Oh. Well, I guess that is a path. Dumb bitch. Oh. She's gonna die. Oh. Sir. Oh. You dumb bitch. I guess I need to keep my distance. I'm gonna have to do this all over again, huh? Nice. Cut his legs. Well, somehow that did affect him. Somehow. Bitch ass. Where's the other chick? It was shouting. She over there? Is that her? Bitch ass? Oh, someone screamed. Oh, it's you. Yes, sir. No money? Bitch ass. Run away. What did you say? Oh, she's inside? Can I bird them both? Come on, do the attack. Nah, I can't. Yes, sir. Is that all of them? I assume so. Now let's go ahead and loot this area all over again. We're gonna find here. I ain't gonna miss anything crazy in here. But I could just ignore all of that. Ooh. Catch. Damn, you're ugly. You still look better than Claire in 2 Remake. Gotta admit. Alright, let's go here. How can I give her orders again? I forgot. Google, help! RE4 PC Ashley orders. I definitely need to give her orders. I mean, look at her, she's dumb! The control key? It doesn't work. Control key my ass. Or is that from remake? No, OG, Resident Evil OG. The controller. On PC, it tells me to press X. Is it actually? No.
Follow me, wait. 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 Follow me, wait.
It's Z. Z, okay.
Follow me.
Hey, what are you looking at?
What do you mean?
Wait, follow me.
Care to... What does she mean? What am I looking at? Yeah, I do stream on YouTube. That doesn't mean I'm a YouTuber. Yes, sir. Horse. Run! Stay here. Yes, sir.
Follow me.
Watch out. I actually need to get rid of these. Otherwise it will end up running over them. Cause use a dumb hoe. Alright. So this shit.
Hide.
Yeah. This is where you belong, by the way. They heard me? Heard my whistle? No, I guess that didn't break it. Sir. And he's dead. What's this? Map? Sure. Potato aim. Potato aim. You know PC players have better aim than Sony ponies. Not my words, by the way. Ooh, that's another Sony pony. Oh, that's a lot of them. That is a lot of them. Oh, I thought you were gonna do the trick. Now you're just gonna hit me. Alright. Cool, I get you. Need an egg? Ah, that's a lot of people. Yes, sir. Ah! Ooh. Don't worry about that. Ah, I was the wrong. I didn't have bullets on my dick. Where's the door, though? That's it.
Follow me.
On it to eat. You dumb hoe! He was a dumb hoe! You was a dumb hoe. They're gonna jump down? No? Oh. Yes, sir. It's in here. The guy's not gonna do anything. Oh shit! I wasn't the yellow though. How did that kill me? Was I in the yellow or in the green? Gonna have to do all this all over again. I'm gonna try and kill them before I start collecting stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Did you just call me? They're serving me some Nescafe? Sure. Wait here.
Wait.
Come on. Well, I guess he's not gonna do his thing. That's not it. Oh. Bitch ass. Up her ass. And that's it. Come on. Do your thing. Nice. This should be it. I killed them all, right? Well, of course not.
Follow me.
Go and collect the other stuff. You're a dumb bitch. There's the perfectly opening here that you can go through, but you had to go hardcore parkour. Hardcore parkour! Well, that's your office reference, I guess. Hardcore parkour! He's coming through here. Nice try. Of course, we're gonna have to make this more complicated than it is. Bitch ass. Nothing? Dynamic difficulty kicking in, I guess. I don't think... No, I think the if dynamic difficulty gets higher, that means you are gonna get better rewards. Pretty sure of that. Can you destroy this light source? You don't know how to go down a fucking ladder? You dumb bitch. Is that all of them? 3 to go. Potato aim. Never mind. Told me sniper. Whoa! There's another one over there. How the hell can I get there, though? Oh, right. I need to go through here. Oh. I see. Oh, I need to put... I thought that was a door that I needed to... Is it through here? Give me my pesos. It's not through here. Most likely gonna be a way for me to get up there. Oh, I did not pick up this map. I guess. Sure. I wasn't what I was about to do, but sure. How many bullets do I have? I do have a... Oh, never mind. I don't have much left. We're gonna have to go here. Jump over here. I'm smart. Is there anything else here? Keep up. Keep up, fat hole. Oh, look at these. Look at these traps. Where's it gonna be the last one? The last one is gonna be... over here. I think I'm gonna have to shoot it through here, right?
Wait.
Just wait.
Where are you going, Leon?
Shush. 15 out of 15, just like my eyesight.
Where are you going, Leon?
Shush,
Hey,
jump.
what are you looking at?
What do you mean, what I'm looking at?
Follow me.
Oh, I need to go back here again. Alright, up and at him. Andale, andale. Gonna have to clear these out. Cause, I'm with an autistic fellow. Alright, now we can go through here. Piggyback? Hey, what are you looking at?
I opened it, Leon.
Alright. What if I go back? I can go back. I didn't save. So might as well do that. Can I save without her? I actually don't know.
Where are you going, Leon?
Shush! Oh God, she's annoying.
Where are you going, Leon?
Could have just waited for me here, dumb bitch. Alright. Continue on. Oh. Okay, I got your medallions.
Got a selection of good things on.
Well done, stranger. I see you've shot enough number of medallions. Like I promised, go claim your specialized gun in the buy screen. Don't worry about money. This one's on the house.
What are you buying?
Where's the gun? A Punisher? It's 1.1. So I'm not gonna need that. You can keep it. Really. You can keep that. Just give me a bigger attaché case.
What are you buying?
What are you buying?
Come back anytime.
Moshi moshi?
I have some bad news.
I'd rather not hear it.
Well, I'm afraid I have to tell you anyway. We've lost contact with the chopper. Someone must have shot it down, though we can't determine who.
Great.
We're prepping another chopper for you.
I mean, I can take a
The
guess.
extraction point.
Got it.
I don't know exactly who. Really? Oh, this is gonna be the, This is gonna be, at viewers.
What are we gonna do, Leon?
Hate to say it, but
The best line in the game.
quick, in that cabin.
The best line in the game.
Leon! Small world, eh? Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics, too.
How rude! And I don't believe there's any relevance with my figure and my standing. You.
The writing is fire!
Excuse me, Your Highness. Perhaps the young lady might want to introduce herself first before asking someone his name.
Her name's Ashley Graham, the president's daughter.
Her name.
Well, you know.
Don't worry. She's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Mind. There's supposed to be some kind of obvious symptom before you turn into one of them anyway.
Look,
Ashley, upstairs.
Okay, it's game time.
It's game time or is it showtime? Well, I guess hopefully that's gonna work. I think Ashley's hiding here, yeah. Da, 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 da. Oh. He started shooting people.
Use this. Use this.
Sure, I don't need it, but thanks. Damn it! Uh-oh. I definitely need... Hi, caramba! Woo! Woo! Oh. Woo! No reason for me to actually keep these holy. Oh. Good chance. No, this is not gonna help. That's not gonna help.
Leon, upstairs.
Woo. What up, fool?
Use this. Leon, are you okay?
I might as well start using these since, yeah. Yes, sir! Woo! Let them gather, let them gather. Ow! Ah, son of a bitch! Alright, flesh is burning, na. Ah, I did not see you. I might actually need to use this.
Okay. Use this.
Of course. Bitches. Kayati Squinkler? Oh shit.
You okay?
Uh-oh. Kayati Squinkler! Did I throw it? I don't think I threw it. Hello? Well, that got me. I didn't shoot you! Nope. Nope. Vámonos!
Looks like they're backing off.
So, what do we do now?
The bridge I crossed to get here is out. So I guess we have no choice but to keep moving.
I forgot something. You guys go on ahead.
Lewis,
What is his name again? Lewis something? I mean, he said that his name is Lewis. What's his last name? Luis Santana? Dumbass. Alright. Can't take the money from all these idiots. What did you have here? Nothing? Woo! Catch. Is there something that I can pick up here? Maybe some medallions? No. Oh. This guy's here. It's gonna be a save point, of course. Nobody cares.
Welcome. What are you buying?
Oh, I have 2 Punishers? Well, I'd rather buy this. Actually, I'd rather buy this. A weaker one.
Come back anytime.
I don't have any interest. Wait. I thought there's some sort of a hidden jewel over here. But I guess not. Alright, viewers, that's this is it for stupid Resident Evil 4. I got bored. Let's try and play something else. I really should try and find something else to play, viewers. You know what? I think maybe it's about for me to actually make dinner. So I might as well just watch some Signalis analysis while doing so, right? Signalis. Analysis. Signalis. Might as well have something playing in the background while doing so. Update. Edit this. One of my most hated matchups, Crow and Talos. Yeah, Talos sucked against this character, even though the character isn't that. It's an okay character. Like like maybe he's the second to last. But you know, Talos is worse. Talos is just worse. He's just a worse character. Oh, I missed this game. I missed that game. That game was okay. So music, we're gonna listen to it later. Now, let's go ahead and watch the continuation of this analysis. We've been watching it yesterday. I should actually give credit to this guy. Signalis is horrifying and beautiful by Power Pack.
According to Yuri Stern, one of the creators of the game, no ending in Signalis is designed to be objectively good or bad, or the one true ending that is actually canon. Each conclusion is up to the player's own interpretations. So bear this in mind when I say what I end up seeing from the so-called Leave ending is that Signalis wants you to play it all again. It's on a second playthrough that Signalis really starts to blossom, and even if you didn't get the Leave ending as I did, I think 2 out of the 3 endings leave just enough intrigue to set you up to play the game again. Notice how in the Leave ending, the watery landscape is reminiscent of the Venetian planet. Elster curls up into a fetal position.
Is it Venetian or
lying down to
Venetian?
die, but also to be reborn from the waters of her origin when I next hit New Game. Also, it reminds me I'm a scared little baby who couldn't actually confront the person I made my promise to. Playing the game again also ties into all the Elsters you've seen before, repeating cycles to achieve different results. Replays might as well be canon, meaning Signalis is essentially a time loop game, like Deathloop, The Forgotten City, and another game.
Forgotten City? I've heard about that
the
game.
endings is complicated. There are
By the way, don't worry about
choices to make in the game that lock you
Wesker.
into certain endings.
He's okay.
Instead,
He's gonna
it looks
spaz
at
out
how
a little
you
bit
played the
if I'm not in front of
entire
the
game
camera.
and gives you the ending that most suited your playstyle. While the conditions for each ending aren't made explicitly clear in game, some people have naturally gone into the files to find out what precisely the parameters are. Simply put, doing things like killing enemies, dying, talking to people, and how long you take to beat the game will affect which direction your conclusion will take. That's right, it took 20 years, but another game has finally used Silent Hill 2's idea of endings! And unsurprisingly, it's the game clearly most in love with Silent Hill 2! In this first playthrough, I played the game in a way that one could call conservative.
The most in love with
saving
Silent Hill
supplies
2?
and ammunition by avoiding
I think this
combat,
game,
unless I absolutely had to. But another
I think this
could call
game takes
this
reference from
cowardly.
Silent Hill 1 more
Like
than
actual
Silent Hill 2.
I avoided my problems rather than tackled them, and was left with an ending where I wasn't strong enough
I think
to actually confront
these
my
guys that made
regrets
this
and
game
trauma.
like
I
the
fled
first
from
game
danger
more than
throughout the
well,
game,
I'm not gonna say
and at the
like,
end,
but
Elster
they referenced the first
continued
game
to flee.
more.
The idea of iterating on previous attempts to confront yourself in order to become stronger is one the game has already emphasized with the hatch that broke us. It's now being made into something of an exam for the player to see what ending you deserve. The ending results screen is a fun addition in most games, but now it's the reasoning for the conclusion you settled on. Something interesting was actually added in the update to the game I mentioned previously, a secret room where there was none before, leading to a service tunnel containing an ARA unit and
really?
some files, which directly hits on these ideas.
This is the one that I
Remember when
found in my last
Sony
my last
stabilization?
playthrough.
Turns out this isn't a tool to keep replica units sane, but to keep them working, and to keep their personalities predictable. The robots have life, and that's seen as a problem. Destabilization doesn't make them act hostile and crazy, just less likely to serve the nation. Hence this unit here, who's discovered this and is now absolutely not going back to work. Elster units are said to be loners, which doesn't sound like the Elster that Ariane knew. We have to go out and shake off our meek and introverted ways to be who we need to be. Also have noticed that the ARA unit seems to be unaware of the incident happening above them, and even recognizes Elster as if they've met before. Like, they're completely unaffected by the time loop stuff? But look, we don't have time for this right now. So, stuck in a Groundhog Day where I need to better myself, I took a different approach when going through for the second time. Where before I shunned fighting, this time I chose violence. And also a CRT filter from the options menu for half the playthrough, before realizing it'd look really distracting for the video and turning it off towards the end. The reason the second playthrough is so rewarding, though, is that we have the full context of the narrative on our side this time. Details begin to come together, and because we know the real reason we're here is Ariane, we can now start to untangle the question of why the world is the way it is. The answer to the question of if this is all a dream or if this is all for real is yes. Just yes. In the final hallway before fighting Volker, Adler's musings say he is determined that the sickness wasn't some pathogenic contagion at all, but describes it as a corruption of reality. Frankly, it seems an accurate summary.
It seems reasonable to call it corruption since the way that it affects...
they were getting cosmically irradiated.
Look, man, shut up for a little bit. It makes sense to call it a corruption since you guys are... the replicas are just, exoskeletons and some sort of a software program. So yeah,
actual
makes
space
sense.
Is being warped and decaying, mirroring Ariane's fate on the Penrose. Imagery of sores and pulsating flesh start to make sense when you consider it a reflection of that. Or should I say, gets even more confusing, because how off Earth is this possible? How can one person warp reality like this, and across the vastness of space? Silent Hill was a haunted town, granted, but it seems a stretch to think of this as a haunted solar system, right? Well, it's time to talk about the key to everything in this world. Bioresonance. If you played the game, you likely saw the word bioresonance in your first playthrough, on a document here or there, and your mind probably skimmed over it at first. It's brought up very matter-of-factly, like a proven law of the universe that needs no elaboration. Not uncommon for sci-fi. It's pressed on most heavily in the final chapter, though, with some documents even attributing a mystical quality to it. But when you replay Signalis, you now notice all the times it's brought up casually beforehand, and it becomes a thread for the player to follow, where you'll begin to realise just how important it is. Bioresonance is a sort of unseen phenomena that permeates through everything and everyone in Signalis' universe. It is the bedrock of almost all the amazing technological advancements that have been made in the setting. Interplanetary travel, artificial gravity, terraforming, here called climaforming, because there's no terra, I guess, and is also used in the imprinting process of making the
difference
replica
between
personalities.
terraforming,
That's
clearoforming.
a versatile tool, but despite how heavily it's relied upon, it's also very poorly understood in universe. It's more like a force that's being harnessed without actually being comprehended. Bioresonance is something that individuals can be attuned to as well, whether gestalt or replica. Not everyone, and it's likely something you're born or manufactured with. The Colibri replica units, for example, the replicas who freak out and distort your vision and can be killed by tuning your radio, all use bioresonance to communicate with one another telepathically, forming a hive mind between them. They can even access the thoughts of others, and were used as surveillance on suspicious individuals. But the sickness had been making them close off, go haywire, turning their power into something hostile. When you saw all of this,
more hostile than
illusions of themselves, you were
that are
seeing
invading
of the
your
power
thoughts.
Of bioresonance when harnessed. Volker units are also bioresonant, much more so than Colibri units, explicitly able to influence the minds and will of others and manipulate objects at a distance, which sort of explains everything that was going on in that fight. Ariane Young is bioresonant, and it is how she's not only been able to project this sickness, but also moments of her life to the survivors in Sierpinski.
But what about the explanation about how can a replica be bioresonant capable? Is that something that he's not going to talk about? Hopefully he will.
This is what I think the prologue was showing.
Or at least I'm trying to find,
literal,
see if
but
someone
instead
actually managed to
Ariane's
find that.
signals landing on Leng and beginning to broadcast their terrible affliction across Sierpinski. She is screaming out from the void for her love, for the person she cares for most to do one thing. Remember your promise. And it's here, in the replay, you begin to piece together who Ariane actually is, and why all of this is happening. And the answers aren't easy, as they basically come from Ariane's whole life. Ariane grew up with her mother at a radio outpost in a very isolated mountainous area of Rotfront, the same one we saw earlier. She grew up as a sickly child, and apparently the isolation made her socially closed off too, but she developed an interest in reading books. As the mountains are high and the Emperor is far away, she likely got into material that was considered forbidden by the government here too. As Ariane grew up, it was decided for her that it'd be best if she moved from the mountains and into the big city with her aunt. Ariane doesn't fit in well. She suffers bullying from her fellow students, and I don't think she got any love from her teachers either, who disapproved of all these ideas in her head like free thinking and loving art. According to her medical records, and as we saw of her in the library, her hair began turning white at this time, likely not helping the situation. She did get some solace
Wait,
by
what does
making
that mean?
friends with the
Her hair
Ito
wasn't
sisters,
white
who owned
before?
a bookshop, where she likely got more literature, legal or not. Also consider Ariane might be masking her bioresonance. In the document that talks about people being arrested, one of the people listed was done so on suspicion of bioresonance. Also in Ito's store is that book about bioresonance that takes the more spiritual angle, and it has been labelled as banned. Being the special psychic superchild isn't seen as cool here. You're seen as a potential threat, and regarded with disdain and suspicion. If she's aware of her abilities, she knows it could endanger herself and her family. What joy could anyone possibly find here? In the end, Ariane did survive her school. She even survived mandatory military service, and now she returns to a government-assigned job position at S23 Sierpinski, on Leng, the furthest planet out in the solar system, and to spend the rest of her days working in a mine. Rotfront was bad for her. Leng is worse. When you examine the worker quarters in Sierpinski, there's a stack of bunks, and it's remarked that the bunk is all a Gestalt worker can own. But, fortunately for Ariane, there is one escape for her. If she can find another appropriate job, she's free to join that. And so enter the Penrose program. A ship catapulted off into the great darkness of space on the hunt for habitable planets. One Gestalt pilot,
like,
one
so
replica
far he's
assistant
not saying
on a
anything
course for adventure. Between the choices
that
of
I
an
didn't
isolated mining planet,
that I don't know,
surrounded probably
or
by
don't
the same
think that
people who
like
hate
would
you
make
already,
sense.
or blasting away from all of it and embarking on the dream of seeing
Although
the greater galaxy,
he's doing a lot of
I think
assumptions
Ariane going with what she did
and not
is
explaining
understandable.
why is he assuming that.
And then,
I don't know if you guys can hear the
the
sizzling, by the way.
Unlike the protectors who've shadowed over her most of her life, it's noted in documents that Elster units are regarded as solitary individuals, and there are classified instructions on the Penrose that say to leave them alone to their duties, not to show them any photos, not to show them movies, not to let them listen to music, and not to befriend the Elster unit. Ariane ignores all of this. Trained within this relation.
She didn't ignore that. It is under the assumption that she didn't even read the confidential paper. She didn't read it.
Relationship. You can see a lot of Ariane's life being analogous for a repressed.
It's not even under the
lifestyle,
assumption. She
having to
did not
hide
read it.
yourself
Like
in a
the
society
moment that you
could
actually
be
go
hostile
there,
to you,
and
both
at least
personal and state
during
level,
the
before finally being able to express
30,000
yourself
cycle,
when you meet someone who
she
appreciates you
she
for
didn't
who
know
you are.
about any of
Cycle
that.
225. Here I am finally free. I get to be myself and to do what I want. I can finally be happy. Unfortunately, after 2,500 cycles, or nearly 8 years, their health is clearly deteriorating. Then after
It's more than
3,000
8 years, by the
cycles,
way.
they get the directive to come to terms with the fact that their mission is a failure. and they will end up dying aboard the confines of the ship, astronomically far from anyone else. It's a wonder if this mission was ever possible, or just some propaganda tool by the government. Highlighting the pair's grim fate, there's a document you can find in the flashback that warns against Gestalts from eating their replica co-pilots based on previous incidents. Though it might look and taste like human flesh, it will likely do more harm than good. It recommends leaving the replica, who is much more likely to survive than the human, to let at least something come from this doomed expedition. The Penrose Triangle, an impossible shape, representing an impossible mission. Elster talks about how they did their best with what happened, but they eventually began running out of supplies, out of parts, and their health suffered, physically and mentally. Eventually Elster died, and couldn't fulfill her promise, as Ariane, placed in the cryogenic tank while suffering from radiation sickness, went on living, let down by the person she loved, her bioresonance broadcast across the stars in a wave of grief. Let's look at the second ending I got. This time, Elster manages to step through the door into the cryo chamber where Ariane is.
I don't think this is the same ending that I got. Is it? No. The background is not red. Wait. Wait. I want to see that from the very beginning.
This time, let's look at the second ending I got. This time, Elster manages to step through the door into the cryo chamber where Ariane is.
It's me, Elster. Elster? I'm sorry, but I don't remember. Huh? It's okay. She doesn't remember. Again, but you're, what? Please, just let me stay by your side a little longer. That's it?
I'm glad I got this ending second, as I see it as a bridge between fleeing and the next ending.
Game's endings are trash.
Elster is not yet the person they need to be to fulfill their promise.
I actually got the best ending the first time,
holy. Company, but doesn't manage to complete things. There's still more to be done. But at least my efforts won't have been in vain. We should tie up some loose threads still lying around, starting with the King in Yellow. Frankly, there could be an entire second video solely talking about Signalis' allusions to the book and how the two tie together.
Now, wait a minute. I think at least we can get something from that. At least we can get that whatever she's doing, maybe there was something that we did caused her to lose her memory, and I'm gonna assume it's because we got, it was too late, like her brain is already damaged to a point that she got dementia or Alzheimer or some sort of that. Or not only that, I think that's one thing, but also confirms that she might be doing all of that subconsciously. Like all of that, like she's not doing it on purpose. She's not turning everyone's life into a living hell. So she might not be aware of what she was doing. She was just wishing on things to happen, and that's about it. And through her power, I guess, she is capable of doing that. She is capable of doing that, so... Well, I guess maybe that explains that. Or at least that's... might be some sort of an interpretation that we can... that we can take. At least it's logical, in my opinion.
Don't have the sanity left for that, but here we go. The King in Yellow is the name of a play
he's actually
within the
gonna...
book's story, and people
He's gonna
who
read the
said
whole
play
thing?
begin to go insane. The first story in the book, The Repairer of Reputations, follows a man who's read The King in Yellow, and his perception of reality is questionable from page 1, talking about the United States being invaded in the 20s by the Germans, Norfolk, Virginia being occupied, and government-mandated lethal chambers in every city. I won't go over the whole story, but you're meant to question what the narrator tells
Trump's
you
America,
from the very
huh?
beginning, and Signalis asks if your perception is correct as well, and frankly, Elster's is not, and in part from The King in Yellow from the game. You could see it as representing a truth that needs to be unlocked. You can just about see that the book is sealed along its side when you first see it, and you can actually find the book in the beach dreams in the game, both times just out of your reach, before finally coming back to Ariane's room, where it's ready and waiting for you. You find that the book is Sears Repsters is not, and in part from The King in Yellow from the game. You could see it as representing a truth that needs to be unlocked. You can just about see that the book is sealed along its side when you first see it, and you can actually find the book in the beach dreams in the game.
Yeah, I saw that.
Just out of your reach before
I never noticed
Ariane's room, where it's
the other
ready
book.
and waiting for you. Or maybe you're ready for it. As you find the book again and again, it has less seals along its side.
First beach?
Until eventually, the final seal is broken, and the King in Yellow is highlighted. You can finally confront the truth of this world, and see your beloved again. Ariane actually has connections to the book herself. A note recalls how she saw her mother had a copy of the book while she worked the radio in the mountains. Presumably, it was a code book, a means to discern the truth from the invisible messages coming through space. Where does this sound familiar? She also once saw a copy in the Ito's bookstore, but it was removed the next day, confiscated by the Protectors. That book that reminded her of her mother, taken away by the ruling party, just like how she was taken away from her mother by them. Adler is also worth a quick mention, as I do like how he's not really an evil villain in the story. He is a desperate man, placed into an impossible position. Yes, he works against you, but frankly, after all that's happened, how can he not blame you for doing this? For continuing the cycles over and over again with no release
how would he know?
in the facility? How many
would he
times
know?
has Adler been here? Well, guess what?
How would he know about the cycle? Maybe he would notice that there is a cycle.
Down the hallway after
but how would he know that she is the cause of it?
Will now lead to another version of Adler's office. Inside are 3 different diaries that Adler ended up keeping in different loops. The not-so-secret one we saw earlier, one where things had begun to go wrong, and Adler was just starting to feel the effects of the loop as the sickness took hold, and one from when the facility was fine, mostly, and it seemed an Elster unit appeared for excavation work in the mines. It's specified in loops where the sickness took hold, that Elster unit was never brought on, hence why no one knows us. Mostly. But considering the red desert underneath the mines was essentially dug up, did a previous Elster guide their hand to find Ariane, to facilitate their reunion? You might also be wondering how exactly the lovers are reunited. The dreams of a distant heartbreak may be drifting across space, but there's someone here who's catching those dreams and amplifying them across the facility. Someone already powerful enough to distort space. Commander Folker, deified bioresonant replica supreme, is not just the recipient of Ariane's dream, but also a dreamer herself. During the first beach dream, the player can find excerpts from The King in Yellow, or if you go the other way, sections from An Inhabitant of Carcosa by Ambrose Bierce, which Robert W. Chambers borrowed from for The King in Yellow. One page here, however, isn't like the others. We will become one, but I can never go back to being me. Remember what happened after the final boss? Falker and Elster merged themselves, which leads to us returning to the crashed Penrose. This note is from her, despite being in Elster's dream. There were notes in the corridor before we fought too, two of those being from Falker, the first talking about the boundaries between her mind and Elster's breaking down, specifically calling out the memories she sees as coming from a stranger. Presumably this is Ariane putting the idea of Elster onto Falker. The second note has her seemingly lost in the happy memories of Ariane.
I mean, not only that, but this is something that I came up to, by the way. I don't know, he probably... But there is a reason why there's a Falk, like, I think he actually showed that. Maybe, you know, if we go back, he's gonna showcase. This is the fake ending here, probably. Here.
Person. The person Elster's looking for is Nisio.
Can you chill for a little bit? Yeah, here. You see, all of these guys represent a single persona over here, and all of them go back to Ariane. But you can see that Falk is here as well. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? We're actually going to showcase both of them. Is it this?
The sick. It's not right.
Yeah, here. Here. This is Falk as well. This is Falk. That means what Ariane is doing unconsciously or subconsciously, or she is broadcasting both her memory and Elster's. This is the reason why she's confused, seeing her that, like, if you're actually if you do have your, like, Ariane's memory, it doesn't make sense that she can actually see herself embracing Ariane. It doesn't make sense. That only happens if she was actually having Elster's memory. So what's happening here is that she's embracing both memories, and I think the stronger one is the one with Elster, since it's since all the messages, all the shouting, the pleading for Elster to finish her promise or whatever. I think this is where we stopped.
Inhabitant of Carcosa by Ambrose Bierce, which Robert W. Chambers borrowed from for The King in Yellow. One page here, however, isn't like the others. We will become one, but I can never go back to being me. Remember what happened after the final boss? Falker and Elster merged themselves, which leads to us returning to the crash beam, specifically calling out the memories she sees as coming from a stranger. Presumably this is Ariane putting the idea of Elster onto Falker. The second note has her seemingly lost in the happy memories of Ariane and Elster together, clearly coming around to the idea of a new persona in her head. Falker is part of the dream and influencing it too, and merging with her is the only way to go far enough to see Ariane once again.
She's not part of... No. she's pretty much just broadcasting. She's pretty much broadcasting. She's influencing. I mean, he definitely said that himself as well. She is influencing whatever is happening here, which I think his explanation made sense. That Falk might actually be the cause of what was happening everywhere in both Rotfront, and the whole area in Sierpinski, I believe. Because of her being by residence, being able to actually influence other replicas' wills. The problem here is just killing her is not going to stop the cycle. It's just going to repeat again and again and again. And that's where Ariane comes in that regard. She's the one that actually redoing all of that. Or maybe it's her, maybe it's the artifact that we found. I really don't know. But still, the artifact, we need to see that into consideration. We're going to see what this guy has to say about that.
Elster? Ariane's Elster, anyway. Volker is the one collecting Ariane's bioresonant memories and broadcasting them, and while Elster's been messily picking up bits and pieces, it's only through them, becoming one, that Elster can become the specific unit who made the promise. It's somewhat horrifying. Just as Volker felt Ariane's memories take over her mind, another Elster takes over Elster. Though, unlike Volker, this is what Elster wants to do, at least. In the third ending, Promise, Elster and Ariane recognize one another. A true reunion, at last.
This is by far my favorite ending. I'm glad that I got this one first. It seems that this one actually concludes the game. This is the one that concludes the game, I think. Like, I think this one is the one that's actually gonna stop the cycle. Unless, as I said before, maybe there's something else that's influencing the cycle not stopping. Yep. This is the best ending.
It's a
This is the best
difficult
ending.
and one I would normally dislike. The kill your gays ending is so overdone, to the point it feels like media is trying to say that no audience can recognize a gay relationship as true love until...
Oh, shut up with that bullshit. I was going to list a bunch of examples here, but I then realized I would just spoiling a bunch of films, books, TVs, shows, and games for a lot of people. Might have been a bad idea.
But one of them has suffered the loss of the other. It can feel manipulative, emphasized by its ubiquity. For some reason...
Dude, I don't... How is that... This has nothing to do with what kind of relationship they're having. They could be a mother and a daughter. A sister and another sister. It doesn't... It's gay... What is he babbling about?
Even though, possibly because Signalis leans so heavily on its elements of tragedy throughout the entire game, I don't hate it. I like this ending, in fact. Signalis asks specifically if we could end the life of our partner if they were truly suffering. What would it take for us to be able to do this? How many times would you have to live through hell to reach the point where you're able to do this? An infinite number of chances to finally make the right decision for you both.
I don't think it has anything to do with that. Sure.
Does Elster's suffering help her understand Ariane's suffering, putting aside her selfishness and loneliness to perform the hardest...
Because, keep in mind, like he's something that, do we have the guts to do that? We don't even have a choice. There are things that influence what ending that you're gonna do. If it's only because of choice that we can pick, then you probably argue that, but that's not the case. There's something influencing these endings. And here lies, I think, the most important thing. Well, it is a cycle. It is definitely... There is something influencing it. And you know, there are game mechanics here. They said it's like death points or cycle points. Like there's a whole table about how you actually get that. Like if you search the interwebs. But how can you actually explain that in terms of the game's narrative, the game's story, the game's setting? That's the key here.
Act of empathy possible. If Elster could be freed from this endless cycle by a lover's hand, would that be what she would want? Beyond that, by killing Ariane,
yes?
Elster has to give up her function and her purpose for life. Elster and Ariane made a promise. They both agreed to something in the dark confines of their doomed voyage. Elster couldn't fulfill it, but what would you do if you had another chance to right a regret? There's a somewhat hidden moment with Issa Ito you can find if you go up in the elevator instead of going down.
Oh,
She
that's
asks
the
if
one
we've
that I
had any
found.
luck with our search, and it's here she explicitly states she's looking for her sister. But then she asks, have you ever wondered if you're speaking to someone for the last time without knowing? I wish I could go back, so I could say something else. Issa's story, just from what we can glean, reflects the regrets of not being able to be the person we need to be for those we love, and letting them down, but fighting to try and make things right again. Ultimately, through great hardship, Elster did indeed remember her promise. It is a very bittersweet ending, but it's really stuck with me. And I couldn't help but see this as the perfect way, if tragic, for this story to close. That is, if you do see this as the story's close. There's nothing outright confirming that the promise ending is actually the very end of this tale. It is the only one of these three endings where we see the light leave Elster's eyes, which you could see as confirmation that we've closed the loop at long last. But we also saw that image before with the fake ending. So, maybe it's not? The escape from the endless cycle?
But, I mean, yeah, I mean, he that would make sense. But under the assumption that there's something else, someone else are influencing these cycles. As we know, Ariane is the one that influencing this. And that's the key here. Who's influencing these cycles? Is it Ariane? And from all of these, from all of that, yes, she is Ariane.
Cycles of Signalis might still be out there, in these dark and twisted halls. The story between Elster and Ariane forms an immensely satisfying emotional core for the game, and the endings together make for a more than satisfying conclusion. However, for those who have the inclination to keep on digging, there's more going on underneath Signalis than it appears on the surface. I hope you're ready for what's going to happen next. 'Cause shit's about to get real!
Okay. Signalis? Okay.
Our horror story turned to a love story, but that is not where we end. And this is the point this video spiraled out of control. There is a secret ending in Signalis that the game doesn't tell you about. One that you can't get by simply switching up your playstyle. Inside the bedroom is a safe. It's triple locked. No way to get into it unless you find the keys. Where exactly are they? Good question. It's complicated. First of all, the keys do not appear in the world unless you have played through the entire game at least once, like Silent Hill 2's Rebirth ending. Next, we have to actually find the keys. And if you're going to try to...
Is that true?
The levels, interacting with every square...
Like, you cannot get the artifact ending if you finish the game, if you don't finish the game, if you don't finish the game at least once. So if you play the first time, you're not gonna get these keys?
Inch of the game world, you're going to come up empty-handed. Oh no, finding out how to get this ending requires a group effort of the
I mean, it does make sense. There is an area where you're gonna be able to get the, I think it was the love key? It's the second key that you're gonna get. And you're only gonna get it in the new room that you're gonna find. That only appears in the second playthrough, so I guess that makes sense.
Signalis community. No enterprising busy bee could achieve this all by themselves.
Oh, I hate this room, by the way. This room over here, this is the worst. This is the worst room in the game, by far. Next time, I'm definitely gonna, if I'm ever gonna play this game, I'm definitely gonna bring a flare gun in here.
Themselves. You might have noticed there's an underlying theme of secret messages throughout Signalis. Number station broadcastings and code breaking. Well, do you remember your radio? It's a fun little mechanic. You might wonder if the game might use it to hide secrets. The potential is there, but you'd have to be a maniac to scan every single area in the game across all frequencies, working out any strange signal you found. Funny story! Hidden throughout the game are radio broadcasts, accessible only from certain areas, that you can listen to that are complete and utter gibberish to your pathetic human ears.
Huh? Music to my ears?
These are actually slow scan television transmissions, or SSTV for short. It's a technology developed in the 50s that allows people to send images over radio waves long distances. Nowadays it's mostly a tool for hobbyists and for use in ARGs, which this is beginning to feel like. So, if we
used in ARGs?
Which this is beginning to feel like. It's mostly a tool for hobbyists and for use in
Oh, the Portal 2 ARG campaign? What's that? Portal 2? Portal 2 had something like that? I don't remember.
ARGs, which this is beginning to feel like. So, if we were to take the broadcasts and run them through a program that decodes SSTV signals, what would we get?
Oh, that's cool. Can I actually do that?
With a hint for where to go in the game. A picture that corresponds with a location in the game. But there's still nothing here. Not until we also turn to the radio frequency that we found the image on. And then, finally, we receive our key. As if all that isn't enough, the actual places the SSTV broadcasts are found, and the rooms that they correspond to, are out of order. The second broadcast points you to a previous area that you can't actually get back to anymore. This all takes work, moving around again and again in the cycles of Signalis, in order to achieve the ending we are so desperately chasing, madly repeating and perfecting our methods until we can finally achieve a new conclusion, away from the sorrow inherent in the other endings. Or you can just use a walkthrough after beating the game once. It's been worked out already now, it's fine. The keys you get also take you on a strange journey.
You got me!
The key of love gives us more
you got me!
from Ariane's
Back to vengeance, how's it going, brother?
Good times with
Welcome to the stream.
Oh, what a series of messages. The key of eternity, however, that you get second, instead
Type
feels
1-2.
like it's goading you for even attempting this, for trying to break out of the temporal prison you're trapped in. The last key...
No, they were
you
right.
sacrifice
I don't
is
find anything
different.
interesting in
At
the
first I
artifacts
thought it was
ending.
quoting the Bible, as it sounded like some prime Revelations material, which, well, almost. It's not verbatim, at least to any Bible translation I could find, but draws from Revelations 8, the sounding of the angel.
We're trying to
trumpets,
analyze
and
this
create
stupid
something
game.
new from it. If you don't know the story,
This
then
stupid
just
game that I like a lot.
sounding the trumpets in celebration. I don't think I need to say how ominous this ending we're
Have a nice
approaching
day,
is
hand.
becoming.
Talk to the hand.
Regardless,
I get
make
you.
it through the entire game once again. One by one, you insert the keys into the safe, and then it's still locked. You need a number code as well, but you know it. You've heard it so much already.
Is it really it?
You do speak German, right?
Nope.
In
Ich bin auf Ihnen Boot.
extremely long combination, we uncover what was inside the safe. Lilies.
Why is it colored blue? What's his explanation for this? Hopefully he's gonna have an explanation for this.
That clears everything up, right? Artifact
Nope.
ending. No more questions. We can just get on and close this far too long video right now. Okay, let's get into it. I see this
Oh,
as
no.
the reunion of Elster and Ariane, an ending where they both get to be with one another once
There's still
again,
some more.
without anyone dying. So, congratulations on willing your secret lesbian happy ending into existence. The first Revelations quote maybe supports this, quoted properly this time, and in those days
I don't think
men
that's
will
a-
seek death and not find it.
I don't think that's a happy ending. What did that say?
And in those days men will seek death and not find it. Though that phrase itself is quite apocalyptic. Sorry, understatement. It is literally about a biblical apocalypse, and Signalis keeps quoting from it, which makes me wonder if this really is a nice happy ending. Elster
Nope,
and Ariane
doesn't
next
sound
to
like
the
it.
ruins of the spacecraft from the end. You could just see this as it setting a point in time for when this all happens. After the mission went bad, after Elster passed, after the spacecraft crashed. Well, metaphorically crashed, maybe? And now, after all that, we're here.
I don't think it
together. But there's also something off about them
Metaphoric-
dancing amidst this carnage. Something selfish.
Like it did crash on an
Succeeded, but
somewhere.
at what cost? I want to talk about bioresonance once again. We know bioresonance has the power to reshape physical reality based on the memories and
Like
personality
the
of a
plane didn't
bioresonant
crash
being.
metaphorically, that's
This
for sure.
reshaping can come from deep within the psyche, and even things that might seem to be memories can be corrupted by other memories. So it's hard to tell not just if something is real or not, but also if something is real but it's in the wrong context. Now, let's focus on what's real. Numbers are real. Usually, Signalis loves numbers, and it loves certain
Imaginary
numbers.
number?
512 is an interesting and repeated number pattern you can find throughout the game. Elster's serial number is 512. The ship the two lovebirds flew away on is the Penrose 512. The postbox in the Protector living quarters is numbered 512. Ariane's classroom is 512. The patient's room
Okay.
on Rotfront is numbered 512. A photograph
Okay.
of Inasio is numbered 512. The default code for the safes in Sierpinski even contains 512. And one of the most cryptic repeats of this number that I ended up finding comes
What's
in the
402
desert
then?
cutscene, where it shows the multiple versions of the same paintings. We get 5 versions of Arnold Böcklin's Isle of the Dead, 1 Isle of Life, also by Böcklin, and 2 versions of The Shore of Oblivion by Eugene Bracht.
Huh.
5, 1, 2. If you think I'm starting to sound crazy here, you're probably right, but this
You
is
are.
not for sure as intentional. So there's a fairly consistent and...
Oh, he
consistent
tweeted that too?
What does it
Okay.
mean? In universe, any one of these things could have held the number first.
That was the
and
developer, by the way.
Anything else in the dream. Out of universe, it could just be a funny number the developer likes, like the Pixar number. But it has worth as an artistic flourish for the themes of the game. One idea is it representing infinity. 5 plus 1 plus 2 equals 8, and turned sideways, it's infinity. That might seem too simple, but the teeth on the key of eternity spell out 5,
Sure.
1, 2. Which seems pretty definitive to me. A lot of elements of the game also refer to infinity, such as Sierpinski and Penrose, both referencing patterns which can continue forever, and the concept plays into the Sisyphean journey Elster finds herself on. Another idea is that it represents a mirror. Written as if on a 7-segment display, 5 and 2 reflect one another through the one mirror, and there's many times the game looks to people reflecting one another. Alina and Volker represent Ariane.
This is a little bit far-fetched, dude.
They aren't who we were looking for, but we're essentially reflections in this hall of mirrors we were searching through, trying to find...
I guess
We'll touch on this
the
again.
King in Yellow made this guy go crazy.
So, what does any of that have to do with the artifact ending? Nothing. Well, nothing really, yeah. Instead, it was a good way to introduce pattern recognition before getting into the real insanity. I want to talk to you about numbers again, and the point where the game began driving me crazy. Let's talk about 6. 6 is an innocuous number. 512 is a particular series of numbers that grabs your eye. It's distinct, like it's deliberately laid out. 6 doesn't stand out. It's a singular number, small, common even, but at some point I couldn't help but see 6s. Notice them everywhere I went, and not just the 6s, but hexagons too. 6 sides, 6 angles. It all got to a point I began to feel very unwell. I had a 6ness. Come, let me show you. There are 6 inhabited celestial bodies in this solar system. The astrolabe for Adler's Box is also a hexagon, despite not having 6 planets, though it does have a dot in the middle. That's important. Remember that dot. There are 6 tarot cards to place in Rotfront, which represent the planets. There are 6 plates to open the door in Nowhere, all of them hexagons as well. The plate of sacrifice itself is also represented with a hexagon. These plates and their symbols can actually be tied to the planets. So, at first, I thought maybe 6 and the hexagons represented Signalis' solar system in different forms. Maybe. But wait, the radio station where Ariane grew up is numbered 6. Elster's health state is represented by a hexagon in the menu. A recurring carpet pattern throughout the entire game is repeating hexagons with a dot in the middle. I know it looks like the shining carpet, but it's not quite the same. It's almost purposefully slightly different. TVs in Nowhere and Rotfront blare a red screen with a black hexagon. The elevator in Sierpinski has 6 floors to visit, and the buttons are technically hexagons.
No!
Targets in the firing range.
That's not true. You go through 8 of them. You go through 8 of them. There's the level 8. This is where you're gonna find the fucking Falk, dude. On the 8th floor. Was this guy crazy?
Floors to visit, and the buttons are Technically
That's
hexagons.
wrong.
Targets in the firing range are hexagons with a red dot in the middle. We need to use 6 spears to kill Falka. Falka's memory note before her boss fight also uses repeated hexagons surrounding a sketch of Ariane and Elster. The mine is almost entirely made of hexagons. It's hexagons all the way down. There's a person in Rotfront who also signs his name, Sun, with a hexagon. Ration marks in Rotfront are also hexagons with a hole in the middle.
What?
Ariane and Elster's names, 6 letters each.
Oh, come on, dude. What is this?
6 items in your inventory and the
What is this QAnon bullshit that this guy is?
What do you mean the inventory limit is part of this? Remember that default safe code? The other half is 204. So 6 with a dot in
Oh
the
god,
middle.
I was about to say that. Don't tell me that's if you add them on, they're gonna be
The
6.
game, which appears in a copy of The King in Yellow, where you get the astrolabe, in the desert cutscene, on the wall at Rotfront that opens up, and is also on the artifact ending safe. The safe whose keys are also shaped with hexagons, with an extra hexagon on the key of sacrifice. And consider as well, inside the safe were the white lilies, flowers notable for having 6 petals and 6 stamen. And in the artifact ending itself, we have the 6 bodies sacrificed, arranged into a hexagon, with the artifact in the middle.
Please tell me the payoff is worth it.
I will freely admit to a degree of obsession with this. It's something that once you start noticing, you begin noticing it everywhere. If it was 7, I would have said it might be a marathon reference, and maybe the cryptographic nature between the games isn't dissimilar. I actually became so fixated on 6s that I began getting jump scared by 5s. Why does this door only need 5 keys? Isn't it similar to the nowhere door that needs 6? And you know, if you include the fake ending, the game has 5 endings. 5.
Oh god.
I don't think there's a super secret 6th ending in the game that hasn't been found yet. At least, not anymore. I still feel uneasy thinking about it. So, 6s are everywhere. How does this relate to the secret ending? Well, there's a magazine with an article called The Red Eye in Rotfront that talks about pareidolia. Yes, I do feel I'm being mocked by the game, asking me if I know what it means to see patterns where there are none. The magazine talks about a phenomenon on Rotfront, where a red storm will appear in the sky, coming off from the gas giant Rotfront orbits, that resembles a red eye, staring from above. Locals have come to associate the eye culturally with the oppressive...
Is he talking about that thing that... But that's not a red eye.
Rituals around it, dipping
The thing that pops in the artifact ending. That's not red even.
The storm in the sky. I can't help but see
That's not red.
As real, though. Think again.
It does look
about
like an eye, though.
resonance. The phenomenon is utilized in so many areas of this world and others, and yet it's so poorly understood. It can do amazing things, but no one knows what's actually being tapped into here. Wouldn't be the first time humanity has just leapt feet first right into a new technology and found consequences later. What I want to ask is, if this force is everywhere, even across space, why would you assume it's only humanity singing to the tune? What if something out there was listening in on the waves, and when it saw these tiny creatures now playing with forces beyond their reckoning, they decided to transfer something across space as well? A sort of subtle madness, a pattern that all things adhere to, natural or otherwise. This is a power that can alter space after all, and yet no one realizes it. It's their mark, or maybe their message, perhaps even symbolic eyes that watch over everyone through this great unseen phenomena without anyone knowing. Say, can you think of somewhere in this game that didn't feel like it belonged with everything else? There is another dreamer, and nowhere is evidence of, well, at least one more. Certainly some of its imagery can relate to Ariane, from its pulsating fleshy corridors to its hostile and restrictive classrooms, but there are a few things here which seem out of place. Some of the documents are written differently, not just vertically instead of horizontally, but also reading from right to left, like an East Asian script. There isn't...
well, maybe the only thing that I can get from the artifact ending is maybe there's someone else that's influencing these cycles and not Ariane herself, or maybe not Ariane alone. No, actually, more like not Ariane at all. That's the only thing that I'm getting from the artifact ending. But this guy is not like saying. This is just mumbo jumbo, really.
Any other place where you see documents written like this. And
That doesn't make
besides,
sense, really.
isn't the Yusen nation more Germanic in style? Then there's this puzzle, the Empress's Hand. It seemingly tells a life story of someone called only the Empress, metaphorically through rings we put on her hand for a puzzle. The story doesn't relate to Ariane or anyone else we've seen, but the Empress is mentioned in the Strange Band book that talks about the mystical angle of bioresonance, about those who can not only hear the music of the worlds, but who can conduct it. Many believe that the Grand Empress is such a being. Her immense will bent humanity into the empire of Yusen and lifted us to the stars. It was her powers that imbued life into the first of the machine servants that now carry the weight of the empire on their carbon steel backs. Empress, ruler of the empire. It seems so obvious. So she was a powerful bioresonant too, like Ariane, and founded everything this universe is based on. Two explanations for this being in nowhere exist in my mind. Ariane might have been influenced enough by this book, and potentially other Forbidden Empire books, for it to manifest in the dream. Or the Empress, or some residual echo of her that still exists, is also part of the dream. I am leaning more towards the latter because it seems clear that bioresonance exists and influences the world without it even being harnessed by either technology or person. Ariane is proof of this. Remember how I said she resembles Volker? Volker is stated in documents to also resemble the Yusen nation's leaders, the Great Revolutionary and her daughter. It's unclear if these two are alive or simply cult of personality figureheads who may have once existed.
North Korea?
Although their portraits can be seen throughout the game, we don't get
It's not the KGB, it's North Korea?
So we have to take it at the document's word, Volker looks like them. So then why does Ariane also look like Volker? Ergo, also like the leaders. But she also looks like Alina Sio, even beyond the parallels in posing. Ariane's mother remarks in a letter that you find in the apartment before the end that she could have been Ariane's long-lost twin if it wasn't such an old photograph. And don't forget Adler's dream of a white-haired girl being tested for what we now know is bioresonance. There are greater cycles than the ones we've been seeing, ones spanning time and space. Are these all past versions of Ariane, achieved through a sort of reincarnation?
I mean, you can take that from the artifact ending, because there are going to be other bodies lying down once put the lily and lie down. There are other bodies, and and they look like somewhat different from Elster. So she's not like different versions of Elster. That's for sure.
Or conducted through bioresonance. If so, it opens up new ideas about how bioresonance is being utilized, such as with the replica imprinting process. Is the creation of an android based on a Gestalt imprint essentially a form of artificial reincarnation? But even this could be part of some grand design. Who is Elster's Gestalt? It's not a question that needs asking for the narrative, but there may be an answer. Remember those images of Venita I showed from the desert cutscene? Why would Elster see all these images? Why would Elster see the full picture of Theo from the photograph? I think this person is Elster's Gestalt.
Yeah, I mean, that's obvious.
From the photograph. And
what's her name?
Sticks out in particular. Lilith Ito. The name Lilith has its own connotations, but Ito explains how Ariane saw this old photograph, a keepsake from the twins' old ancestor from the war. But if true, that means Elster and Ariane have been cosmically dancing around one another across lifetimes. Something has been bringing them together in
Then,
some form or another.
well, if that's the case, then this game also references Xenogears. This one references Xenogears, but I don't think that's the case. I think like I don't think it has anything to do with that. But I think the making characters similar looking just to use them as a way to actually understand how things work with the persona, with how persona are implemented from past gestalts and whatnot.
All this time. Not only that, but these flashes of pictures seem to tell their own story. A woman waits on a train station before seeing aircraft or spacecraft fly by. I'm guessing this is Alina Sio based on the ponytail, and the white dress is similar to Ariane's. A great light falls from the sky and crashes into the planet, and explodes into an apocalyptic mushroom cloud, a lone silhouette facing it. We then see Lilith, determined look on her face, eye bleeding, mirroring Elster at the end of the game. We see another shot of her in a trench filled with indistinct bodies of other soldiers, with a slight glow, highlighting her amidst the carnage. And then we see this. Lilith Ito, placing lilies at the site of the ritual. The game hides its biggest secret in plain view for just 13 frames. And it's only after this we see the picture of Alina and Lilith together. Lilith still missing an eye, and the world and even the moon destroyed all around them. But they are together again. They are happy to be reunited with one another.
Well, that's actually a good observation about the world, not about the moon. I don't think that. I think that's a little bit far-fetched. But the world,
travel countless cycles.
I didn't notice that.
Manage to complete some strange and arcane ritual that will give us what we want. Bring the two lovers together again in a happy ending that should be impossible, at the cost of unleashing something terrible. As the game also says in this cutscene, the mystery of this god is finished, as she announced it to her servants, the prophets. Another paraphrased Bible verse. The artifact itself is something beyond our comprehension, created through the ritual and either the tool to give us our happy ending, or what we give to bargain for this ending by something greater. 8 sides too. Maybe we solve the mystery, and something even more complex has come in its place.
Now it's 8 sides, huh?
Trumpet. That Bible verse is specifically about the blowing of the final trumpet of the apocalypse, the 7th trumpet. This might put the sixes of the universe in context, or at least a new context, where they represent the incomplete right of God. In Revelations, each of the first 6 trumpets unleashes a terrible event, death, destruction, plague, perhaps like what we've been seeing here in this game. And so we're trapped in the endless cycles of this horror, where we crave death and cannot find it, until the final trumpet, the 7th, which completes the apocalypse and opens the kingdom of heaven, and where the world, or maybe the worlds, become the kingdom of God. Which certainly feels like is what's happening here, but we could go further about the nature of the eye, in that it represents us, the player, observing and bringing the two of them together no matter the consequence, manifesting ourselves into the story by conducting esoteric actions to get the ending that we want. We have been literally looking down on them throughout the whole game, haven't we? We are in effect God, and maybe
Sure.
through all of this, we have made our presence known to this world. We are essentially its rulers, selfishly creating our happy ending with no consideration for anyone else in its universe. Whatever the meaning, it doesn't change how profoundly affecting it all is. This is cosmic horror. It gives me a terrible, haunting feeling the more I look at it. It draws me in, and I keep thinking that I'm catching glimpses of something great and sinister, and realizing how small and insignificant and powerless I am. Signalis uses all the tools of gaming as a medium to convey this terror, but crucially without ever undercutting the emotional core within the game. I said it starts as a horror story, but turns into a love story, like in The King in Yellow. But even after everything we went through in this maddening final chapter, it never stops being a love story. Elster and Ariane's relationship underlines everything, from its tragic nature that breeds the kind of longing that drives someone to desperate action, to how our identity, our shape, can be tied to someone else. When we become so in love and so entangled with a person, we share their memories, we share their experiences, and our own self drifts into theirs. And I think I'm done. This was Signalis, or as much of Signalis as I think I can do. I have spent so much time making this video. It might be a bit of a mess, but so is my brain thinking about Signalis. I'm sure there's more I could say, but it feels like a void that could go on forever, and I want my life back. I don't know if one could talk about this game in totality. Like, the Isle of Death paintings, which Bocklin actually made several versions of, they tie into the game fairly clearly, of Ariane wanting to die and the many attempts by Elster to reach this conclusion. These dream sequences are set inside the painting too. The King in Yellow as well, and the books that came after and before.
It does,
too.
actually.
The game makes more allusions to it than just the book appearing, that you'd have to be some kind of true detective to get to the bottom of that. Issa Ito has attracted no small amount of speculation from fans, like, what exactly happened to Erica? Why is her face disfigured in every photograph you can find of her? And there's this one strange part in the bedroom cutscene where we see a flash of Issa holding a knife to herself, and then in the next shot we see that there's that strange symbol again with blood drawn on it. Is Issa part of this in more ways than just being Ariane's friend? Did she make some ritual with the forbidden literature from her parents' shop after whatever happened to Erica? And is this the result of it? Also, I'm almost certain Adler stole this guy's name. Maybe he is evil after all. God, I'm doing it again. It's just
He
so
didn't
easy
steal
to
it. He
fall
did
in
say that he
along the
spent
ways of
rations
this
to get
world
it.
and characters. Signalis is a beautiful game. It is a horrifying game. It is unforgettable, whether I want to or not. I need to go lie down or something.
This cosmic dance of bursting decadence and withheld permissions twists all our arms collectively, but if sweetness can win, and it can, then I'll still be here tomorrow to high-five you yesterday, my friend.
To high-five you? Who said that?
Sheesh.
Ah, there's my other $1. Thank you for watching this long...
Sadly, I thought he'd give better answers. I mean, I don't blame him, but I thought he would go into something with all he went to, especially the end is gibberish. I guess it's a good video. Signalis is horrifying and beautiful by Power Pack. So yeah, say thank you to this guy, I guess. Let's give credit to where credit is due. What time is it? Can watch another video. I am definitely gonna watch a lot of videos. It's not the only one, so there's a lot of videos that I see here. I'm gonna watch. Someone here says that Signalis is quite simple. So let's watch this. What's with this? What the hell is this? Can we get into it, please?
Okay, so you're browsing Twitter.com, and suddenly you're bombarded with fan art of space lesbians, and you start to ask yourself,
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for this video, but I'm good. Whoever made this video, I'm pretty sure you have really cool things to say, but yeah, I'd rather watch someone else. Someone's has the title of the greatest Silent Hill game since Silent Hill 3. I don't know about Silent Hill 3 being the best one, but I guess I can understand why people like Silent Hill 3. It's not a bad game, by the way. There's like Silent Hill 3 doesn't do much with its story and universe other than it being just a direct sequel to the first game. Meaning that without the first game existing, that game is not gonna be anything special, really. To be honest, in terms of story and narrative, at the very least, it's not a bad game. Don't take that that game is a bad game. It's a good game. Let's watch this. It's called The Complete Story Breakdown of Signalis. It's 2 hours too.
Signalis is a game of questions. What is the value of human life? How far are you willing to go for the ones you love? How can we differentiate between reality and fantasy? And what is the worth of a replica, a copy of a copy? These questions, of course, are not new. Stories told throughout the ages have grappled with themes of creation, reality, and the nature of humanity, which resonate with us because they tap into some of our most universal wonders. Like many, I began playing Signalis the day it released back in October and was enthralled by it. Almost immediately, I began working on this video, my own attempt to understand its mysteries, uncover its secrets, and learn for myself the truth of this thing that is so dark and yet so beautiful. But Signalis is cosmic horror, and just as in the classic works of Robert Chambers and H.P. Lovecraft, its deepest mysteries are intentionally left ambiguous, implied to be beyond our comprehension. It's not that they don't have answers, but that the very pursuit of those answers is enough to drive you mad. And this is exactly what you'll experience with Signalis. The deeper you dig into the lore and the more discoveries you make, the more agonizing it becomes that the pieces don't all fit together, because even the most contradictory details feel so careful and deliberate. There are other complicating factors as well. The events of the whole game hinge on a phenomenon called bioresonance, which is barely understood by the characters in the game and is subsequently barely explained to the player. Dream logic is ubiquitous, and some degree of unreliable narration is also at play, another hallmark of Chambers and Lovecraft, which means we can't take anything we see or
I like how this guy's actually going like
with all that established, we find ourselves facing a pretty significant question.
like deep into the things that we need to understand, rather than just taking a point by point.
Truth or definitive interpretation, but that doesn't mean the search for answers is futile. Signalis is a masterwork of illusion, allegory, and art, brimming with many secrets that can, in fact, be explained, and in pursuit of these smaller mysteries, we draw ever closer to understanding the greater whole. Of particular note as a resource in this endeavor are the many works of literature used throughout the game, including the King in Yellow anthology by Robert Chambers, An Inhabitant of Carcosa by Ambrose Pierce, and The Festival by H.P. Lovecraft. It's absolutely worth it to read through these diverse stories, as they provided much of the inspiration for Signalis and contain a great deal of information that sheds light on its dense mysteries.
H.P.
I'll refer to these works
Lovecraft.
periodically in order to highlight some of the most important connections they have with Signalis, but I won't be covering them in depth for two reasons. First, this video is quite long enough already, and second, these works do not define the game in and of themselves. They were not merely copied, but transformed, and have become something new in the context of Elster and Ariane's story. As an example of what I mean by this, let's take a quick look at the concept of Carcosa. Signalis makes clear reference to Carcosa in its visual iconography and directly quotes passages relating to it from The King in Yellow, which itself appropriated the term from An Inhabitant of Carcosa, which was borrowed from Gustave Naudou's poem Carcassonne, which is originally inspired by the medieval French city of Carcassonne. But what does it mean? Naudou's poem refers to the place as an actual city whose meaning is metaphorical as a stand-in
It
for
looks
the
beautiful.
individual's deepest desires, or heaven by some interpretations, but this meaning has evolved each time it has been used to the point that it has become quite hard to pin down in any general sense. The reason I bring all this up is to point out the fact that all explicit mentions of Carcosa are deliberately omitted from Signalis. There are no easy answers here, and to find our truth, we must take a leap into the great abyss that is Signalis lore. And that's exactly what I tried to do here. My goal in making this video is twofold. First and foremost, it is to present a thorough, researched explanation of the game from beginning to end, showing and explaining exactly what is happening along Elster's journey and pointing out its many connections to other pre-existing works. And second, it is to offer my own comprehensive interpretation of what it all means. To be clear, my intent is not to convince you that this is the only or best interpretation of Signalis, but simply to present it as an option that ties together many of the narrative threads I'll be discussing. My approach assumes there are literal and symbolic
Wait,
elements at play, but I'll be
wait,
discussing this, but simply to present it as an
The mirror here isn't working in his cutscene. It's probably because of maybe he's playing it on a console version where it doesn't do reflections or whatnot, but I don't think so. Maybe he's playing it on a Switch.
option that ties together many of the narrative threads I'll be discussing.
But that mirror had reflection,
My
by the way.
approach assumes there are
100%.
literal and symbolic elements at play, but I think purely symbolic interpretations are very interesting and valid as well. Part of what makes Signalis so compelling is that the emotional core of the story retains its potency regardless of interpretation. Needless to say, this video will contain full spoilers for the entire game from this point on, so if you haven't yet played it yourself, I would highly recommend pausing the video here and doing that before you continue watching. Signalis is well worth your time, and the less you know going into the experience, the better. With that out of the way, this is how the rest of the video will work. First, I'll cover all background information preceding and leading up to the main narrative of the game, including an overview of the solar system, the revolution, and Ariane's life up to the Penrose mission. Next, I'll dig deeper into the origin of the titular signal, what it is, the Sierpinski connection, and the important role of Replica Commander Falk. I'll then discuss the nature of Ariane's dream, its fundamental purpose, the significance of the King in Yellow, and the meta-layering of the overall narrative. Following this, I'll transition to a more granular approach and break down Elster's journey chronologically chapter by chapter, explaining each sequence in context of the larger whole. As such, do note that I will be skipping over some details the first time they appear so that I can address them properly in a later section, as well as jumping around the game a bit to tie together scenes and concepts that appear at different points of the story. Finally, I'll discuss the game's 4 endings and bring my analysis to a close. Signalis is set in our own solar system, but, as stated by the developers, it does not take place in our future, but in a different reality with its own timeline. In this alternate future, 6 worlds were inhabited by humans, and the correlations to our system's planets are evident when we consider the star map in Sierpinski, the dream diary and tarot cards from Rotfront, and the posters found throughout the game. Buyan is the capital of the Empire of Yusan and is described as having a floating imperial palace and a sun-like eye, both of which correspond to Venus. While the planet's surface is utterly inhospitable due to the heat and crushing air pressure, its atmosphere 30 miles up is surprisingly temperate. The air pressure and temperature are comparable to Earth's, and the rich CO2 gas found there could be filtered to provide oxygen. Conveniently, there is still plenty of atmosphere
Where
left
did
above
he
this
get
point
all
to
these
provide shielding from
information?
solar radiation, and seen through this absorbent barrier, the sun would likely appear as a large, luminant eye. Constructing floating cities at this height makes far more sense than trying to terraform the planet's surface, and this appears to be the approach the Empire took. Next we move to Veneta, aptly named the cradle of humanity since it is in fact Earth. The large oceans and blue skies attest to this, although the planet's climate was so devastated by the ongoing war for control that these bodies of water rose to cover much of it.
Let's go back here.
Venus having the game. Imperial Buyan is the capital of the Empire of Yusan and is described as having a floating
19th night. I think this is the one that you get this document. It's going to be next to the tarot card puzzle. I saw a burning eye in the sky above the clouds of Buyan. I was walking through the floating imperial palace when the gaze of the sun-like iris burned my body to ashes. So how did he get that it is habitable? Actually, it doesn't make sense.
Imperial palace and a sun-like eye, both of which correspond to Venus. While the planet's surface is utterly inhospitable due to the heat and crushing air pressure, its atmosphere 30 miles up is surprisingly temperate. The air pressure and temperature are comparable to Earth's, and the rich CO2 gas found there could be
Where did he get these?
Oxygen.
Are we gonna start? I was.
Atmosphere left above this point to provide shielding from solar radiation, and seen through this absorbent barrier, the sun would likely appear as a large, luminant eye.
I thought this guy's gonna make sense.
Makes far more sense than trying to terraform the planet's surface.
He's already getting stuff out of his ass.
Next,
where did he get that stuff? He needs to say that.
Since it is in fact Earth.
You need to show me where you got the stuff.
To this, although the planet's climate was so devastated by the ongoing war for control that these bodies of
Let's go back here. As a storm raged in the sky, I fell from a ruined skyscraper on Veneta, but I never reached the ocean below. I kept falling. Well, at least that tells you that the skyscraper is very high. I kept falling when suddenly lightning struck the building and I woke up. Or maybe it's just a dream.
Was so devastated by the ongoing war for control that these bodies of water rose to cover much of its landmass. We can see that the moon itself was destroyed as well, meaning that the ocean would no longer be affected by its tidal forces. Kitesh is the system's second imperial world to be affected by its tidal forces.
The same way, at least, huh?
Kitesh is the system's second imperial world and corresponds to Mars. The planet is described as having a red desert, strong sandstorms, and appears to be the site of major mining operations as well, all of which match up to the world as we know it. Furthermore, we learn that farming is an industry here, which makes sense considering Martian soil has all the essential minerals to support plant life. Rotfront is a revolution-controlled moon of the planet Jupiter with a deep ocean under its icy crust and a prominent red storm in the sky. The inclusion of a subterranean ocean appears to leave us with three possible candidates, Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa, but the first two can be ruled out since their oceans are buried hundreds of miles beneath solid rock, while Europa's ocean is only 10 to 15 miles beneath a thin, icy crust. This more closely fits the description from the Dream Diary, which says
I'm gonna move forward a little bit. What is he trying to say here?
The large red storm, referred to as an eye by many of Rotfront's inhabitants, is simply Jupiter's Great Red Spot, as evidenced by the way it is referred to as the high-pressure rooster in its yellow chitin. Doors have land. The star map standout feature is the Sierpinski mine that some theory and other valuable that Pluto, Hell, Dreamland, Fleet, Burying Rees Island in Slavic, that city blasphemy. The use of these names implies that Buyan was a mysterious island in Slavic mythology with the ability to appear and disappear with the tide. Kitesh was a Russian city that sank into Lake Svitloyar to protect its inhabitants from a Mongol invasion. And Veneta was a city that was sunk by the gods into the Baltic Sea as punishment for its numerous sins of excess and blasphemy. The use of these names implies that the
Yeah, I don't know about I don't know about this guy. This guy's I thought this guy's gonna be trying to make more sense, but no, he's just going to things that has absolutely no relation. What happens in Signalis? There's someone that made a fucking 6 hours for this chick. 6 hours.
Wake up.
Bro!
A short command brings a machine to life. Fans whirring as diagnostics fill the screen. It all goes by too quickly to read. Maybe we'll come back
Bro,
to this later.
6 hours?
We emerge from a mechanical cradle, finding ourselves in some
I am willing to watch all of that.
metal floors and
Oh, this.
surround us. While red
I think I've seen this this mod where you can actually play this game like this, but nah. Look at the
something has gone wrong here.
look at the animation.
We find a service manual that helps orient us a bit. We are on board a Penrose-type vessel, a small, low-cost spacecraft on a mission to explore the outer reaches of the solar system and beyond. One of many, if our ship's designation of 512 is any indication.
Yeah, this is called What Happens in Signalis by
People's Navy, which is
Warm Girl?
like ours to
Warm
fuel
Girl,
the
yeah.
nation's growth. Each Penrose vessel is launched toward the Oort cloud, the ring of asteroids and other debris beyond the outer edge of the solar system, by an orbital mass driver, essentially a cannon that fires spaceships, and staffed by
Where did you get that information?
ship technician replica called an LSTR, or
you have the. Please feel free to say whatever you want. Just tell me where you got that information. Like, oh, it got launched by some sort of a propeller technology that's ancient, it's undiscovered, and it only relies on I don't care. Say whatever you want to say. Just tell me where you find that.
Ishta. That matches what we saw on the diagnostic panel, so that must be us. We were paired on this mission with a Gestalt scout officer who possesses a skill set complementary to ours. We don't know what most of these words mean, but maybe if we find the Gestalt, we'll be able to orient ourselves. Lights flicker across the surface of the cryogenic pod, which is sealed shut. Is this where the Gestalt is? Were we both asleep? We don't know the code to open the pod, so we'll have to look elsewhere. In the Gestalt officer's bunk, we discover a diary page.
6 hours, by the way, viewers.
From Cryos. In an empty mess hall. I was wondering why Eshka was looking at the fight. She looked like someone I thought. Sometimes I feel concerning. Is our partner injured? The damage to the ship is worse the more we explore. Broken struts hang loose over ruptured pipes. As the ship technician, this must be our responsibility. Why have we let it get this bad? Another manual. This one is about a repair logic module. On the cover, we can see our model's namesake. Edsta is German for magpie. The manual makes our role a bit clearer. We are a replica, which would seem to be some manner of artificial being. Edsta is the model of replica that we are. This model is, among other things, adept at repair. We learn to use the menu, which seems like it might be diegetic, to repair ourselves and any other objects. We score a roll of tape and read some new information on a nearby terminal. As we surmised, we are replica unit Eshta 512. A Yang, our crewmate, is unaccounted for. Our ship is crash-landed on an unknown planet's surface, suffering heavy damage in the process.
Is she pronouncing LSTR in some sort of weird language?
We had better find Young quickly. Finally, we come to the flight deck. It's little more than a cockpit.
What's up with you YouTubers? Can't you be normal?
Black spires pierce the whiteout. They don't look like natural structures. Is this world inhabited? The state of the instrument panels are enough to tell us that the Penrose 512 will never fly again. But that's hardly our main concern.
Man, the Signalis fanbase sucks. Maybe that's the only thing I'm gonna discover from watching these videos. That the Signalis fanbase are.
On the back, 9 squares are marked, revealing the code to the cryogenic pod. We quickly punch it in, bracing ourselves
Bunch of
to find
weirdos.
dire straits. But the fluid drains, revealing that the pod is empty save for a broken key card. Well, that won't stop us. Our repair module assists in taping the 2 halves perfectly flush. Key in hand, we proceed to the airlock. One Ava suit is missing. Ariane must have gone outside. There's nothing else to be done here, so we don.
Do you actually know the name of Ariane? Well, I guess yeah, from the picture. So at this point, you do know the name of Ariane from this picture, at the very least.
At length, we pass beneath a gateway made of the same smooth material as the spires and discover a circular pit cut into the ice. A set of narrow steps laying a precarious path to the bottom. Carefully, we descend, finding the floor of the pit an uncanny scarlet color. Here waits a tiny hole with a light at the far end. With nowhere else to look, we crawl through. Improbably, we find ourselves in a tiny room. A ratty bed, a desk with some radio equipment and banned Imperial literature, and a heavy safe crowd the space, leaving barely any room to stand. The tunnel is closed behind us, and the only door we can see refuses to open. So we turn our attention back to the room. The nation's flag, a few pictures of a darkened coastline and a lonely-looking island, and, lying on the desk, a strange book, marked with the same 3 stars that adorn the flag. The King in Yellow. It's difficult to see, but the book seems to be sealed with 6 locks.
You cannot even see the seals from here.
As we pick it up for a closer look, the radio transmitter sparks to life. Three tones and a repeating message.
Is she voice acting this? Oh, that's was that necessary? Oh, as long as she had fun doing so.
Signalis is something that means a lot to me, and it continues a thematic through line of the deep dives we've done on the channel to date. This game, depending on how you play it, will only run you 5 to 10 hours, maybe less. Its gameplay is best compared to one of the original Resident Evil titles, with lower enemy variety and a simpler assortment of weapons. It excels at puzzles, but otherwise I would call the gameplay a serviceable vehicle for the story, which is heartbreaking and uplifting in equal measures. The brilliance of Signalis lies in how it tells its story. There's a definite sequence of events, or something close enough to it, but it's told gesturally, letting the player fill in the blanks or go digging for meaning on subsequent playthroughs, wiki dives, or even YouTube videos. Hey look, I'm on TV. There's no shortage of content about the game, but Signalis merits more examination because of the density of storytelling. And unlike, say, Dark Souls,
Okay.
the archaeologists examining a story that's long ended, we are placed in the center of the story and tasked with finding our own way through the labyrinth. It's a wonderful game, and I hope to see many more like it.
Whoa. This is the high production value. Oh, hell. YouTubers are evolving, I guess. Holy. It's a weird way to move forward.
Very different from the one we saw in the intro. It flashes by quickly, but there are a few things to note here. The large Chinese text reads Magpie Goddess Kernel. Magpies are traditionally considered signs of good fortune in East Asia, and a kernel is the core of a computer's operating system. Here it says Replica Operating System and Land Survey Ship Technician. Our Gestell, or frame, is Elstadt. Some people say Elster, but I believe that especially with names, it's best to stick with the native pronunciation as best we can. As mentioned previously, Elstadt is German for magpie. On that note, there's a lot of non-English text in the game. I'm fluent in English, almost fluent in French, and I speak kindergarten Japanese, but I've never had occasion to learn German or Chinese. I've double-checked my translations and pronunciations.
Is she Canadian then?
Funny or get a word
If she knows English and French, that she might be Canadian.
One further note
Ew.
is that China is a massive and diverse country with tremendous history and a culture that has spread across East Asia. Chinese can refer to multiple dialects and languages which are closely related but not always mutually intelligible. When I make reference to the Chinese language, I am grossly oversimplifying. Our chipset is Kasasagi 4. Kasasagi being Japanese for magpie. Our memory type reads 512.
Okay.
We've surmised that our avatar Elstadt is some kind of mechanical person. This doesn't give us too much more insight into things, but we do get a taste of the melange of German, Chinese, English, and Japanese that we're going to be seeing for the rest of the game. We examine our reflection in a grungy bathroom mirror. Moths flutter in the wan light, oddly out of place in these industrial settings.
Are these moths?
We came all the way here to find her. No turning back now. Through the door, we find the lobby of S23 Sierpinski, an underground re-education facility on Leng, the most remote inhabited body in the solar system. Citizens who find themselves relocated here are granted the opportunity to do their part for the war effort by learning to mine, refine ore, or produce munitions for our wonderful nation.
What did she say that this is a re-education camp?
Asked to have some of their ration marks sent home to take care of their friends and family. Well, that's...
Nothing said. Well,
The reception desk is empty. A key card is taped to the security window, along with a note directing new arrivals be taken to classroom 4C. The halls are empty, which in a facility like this is concerning enough. But it's not long before we come across something that suggests it may be worse than we feared. A dead Eule unit is curled up on the floor. Purulent biocomponents.
Oh,
bulging
is
from
that the
damaged
German
Eule
pronunciation?
unit cell.
Oile?
What could have done this to her? There's another one not far off. She's in better condition at least, but the fact that she's just been left here does not bode well. Heading to classroom 4B, we discover traces of the daily drama at Sierpinski. An Eule unit filed a complaint about a wall safe, revealing that the facility was broadcasting secure access codes over specific radio frequencies. This seems to have been something of an open secret among the replicas, which led to someone named Adler ordering a crackdown and a series of investigations to root out the leak. It's signed by Adler, German for eagle. Judging by the bird theme, they must be a replica. We'll keep that in mind. Not far off, we discover a wounded Sta unit. She seems confused at our appearance here and tells us to flee, that the facility is lost. We brush aside her concerns and show her our photograph. We're looking for a Gestalt named Alina So, and we're not leaving without her. The Sta tells us that she doesn't know Miss So, and that all the workers here were sent down to the mines beneath the facility. If Alina is alive, and that's a big if, that's where we'll find her. As for the Sta, she's leaving as soon as she's finished repairing herself. The conversation answers a few questions, but raises several more. Most importantly, we learn that despite their artificial origins, replicas are not mindless automata. They are individuals with some degree of free will and personalities that seem entirely human.
Some
We
degree.
also realize, perhaps for the first time, that the photograph we have here on Sierpinski S-23 is different from the one we had on the Penrose 512. Back on the ship, we were looking for a white-haired scout officer named Ariane Young. Now we're after a brunette worker named Alina So. The photographs feature similar damage to the left side, but Alina's doesn't have a coat on the back. Interesting. We acquire a protector key, protector being the term used for the guards and staff in this facility, who all appear to be replicas, and use it to access the observation room. The theme of language as a form of social control is made explicit in a memorandum here, declaring that a certain word is now verboten, and that its usage must cease everywhere immediately by order of Aeon Public Interest Media Regulation. Amusingly, the word is redacted.
You cannot
even
put
in the
re-education
announcement.
camp
We have no
on
idea what we're not
this.
supposed to say, though a look at our map gives us a hint. It's also the name of the floor that we're on. Usage of the word is to be considered obscenity to the state, and any use of it is to be punished with 2 cycles of double work shifts. We're never directly told, but the redacted word is re-education. Apparently, somebody at Aeon realized that the term has some baggage. The memo, signed again by Adler, ends with a quote. Our language shapes our world. A perfect world requires a perfect language. Setting aside any qualms we may have about what we've just read, we also find a Type 75 pistol. This gun, modeled after the real-life CZ-75, fires 10 by 20 millimeter cartridges, roughly analogous to 40.
Damn, she is gonna turn into Solid Snake
Dated but well-loved marvel of Czech
in Snake Eater. Obsessed about guns.
for law enforcement around the world today. The weapons manual tells us that it is standard issue for replica protector controller staff. If it wasn't clear already, the Gestalt workers at this facility may not be here willingly. We also collect an aperture card, essentially a document on microfilm, and make our way back to the library to take a look at it. Something strange happens as we move through the corridor. A visual glitch distorts the body of one of the Eule units, and with a shriek, it rises to attack us with a meat cleaver. Concerned for our limited ammo, we retreat, leaving the wretched thing out in the hallway. We are surprised to come across a woman kneeling over the remains.
Well, not me.
She's in bad
I pop the cap. Pop the cap on that hole.
for protection. Our system automatically pulls her identification file, which flashes across our vision briefly. Isa Ito, Homeworld Rotfront, Sector C. She's a Gestalt. ID number ITI.
Oh, PKZ. So that's an ID that we get.
We didn't even ask, but now we know.
That's an ID that we get. It's similar to the one that pops up on the when we finish the game.
And seems to recognize that we are too. She introduces herself either out of politeness or unaware of our doc's vision, and explains that she too has come here to find somebody, her twin sister Erica. It's dangerous. But
I
that's
like
all the more reason
the
to
word
move on.
Doc's vision.
We remain silent, and she leaves to pursue her mission alone. Using the aperture reader, we find the code to the wall safe in classroom 4B, 204512, which gets us to classroom 4C. Onward, then. A dictionary nearby confirms what we have surmised so far. A replica is a synthetic reproduction of a gestalt, made of biological tissue grafted onto an artificial endoskeleton. Elsta, like the oiles we've been seeing, was assembled in a factory and not born by a mother. In some science fiction, these kinds of synthetic organisms are called bioroids. Cyborg works too, though in modern parlance that's increasingly come to mean a normal human being who has been modified with bionics.
Fucking clankers.
Start out as a person. This is more like a reverse cyborg, a robot with meat on it. The dictionary tells us that Gestalt, or form, is taken from Urgestalt, meaning original form. We can assume then that a Gestalt is a human being as you or I would know them.
Original form,
We get a
huh?
first glimpse here of how language is important to the writing in Signalis. The fact that the word has been shortened
Gestalt,
could be a simple
original
matter of
form.
linguistic decay. Perhaps people dropped the extra syllable because it was unnecessary. But it might also imply that Gestalts have themselves deviated from their original form. Or perhaps the change was an attempt to blur the line between who is an original and who is a copy.
Why is she using
Replicas are not subservient to Gestalts.
Fear and Hunger music?
Originality might be disruptive to the status quo. This might also be why the word human is never used to describe a person in Signalis.
She's using Fear and Hunger music.
4C is a disaster. The desks are all shoved against the wall and a huge hole yawns open in the middle of the floor. With nowhere else to look, we jump down to level 2, the workers' quarters. Things are even worse down here. Furniture is heaped up to form crude barricades in the corners, and we're immediately confronted by the sight of another dead replica. The skin and hair on her head are mostly missing, and what's left has been wrapped in a thin layer of soggy gauze. Organs and other biocomponents can be seen through her damaged polyethylene shell. It's hard to tell what's more horrifying, that her body was just abandoned here, or that she lived long enough in this state to receive as much medical care as she did. We head first to the workers' bunks. Each Gestalt is afforded a single caged compartment, only big enough to lie down in.
Yeah, I remember
It's not
that.
here, but we do find a diary page
I wonder
that's
if you can switch back and forth in that mod.
The protectors have been worried lately. They're hiding something. There's less of them on patrol, and the ration plan keeps changing. Alina says I am imagining. When I look at them, I can feel their fear like it's my own. What are they saying?
Damn, look at the production value on these videos. Holy.
Is one Julia Wong mentions being able to feel their fear. To quote Flaw Peacock, we'll want to keep that in mind. We've been seeing visual glitch effects on the, we'll call them malfunctioning replicas. Distortions, almost like our eyes don't want to see them.
Corrupted.
Is it really just fear we're feeling? Across the hall we find Alina's bunk. She's not in it, but hey, she left part of her diary. Feeling a little lightheaded today. I hope it's not that new flu that seems to be going around. I can't afford to miss any more shifts. That Stoich at the factory was chewing me out for what felt like hours for fainting at work the last time I got a cold. I haven't seen Elsta the last few days. I hope she's okay. More and more people go missing in the mine lately, including replicas. Not even the protectors seem to be safe. This at least confirms that Alina was a worker here and offers some faint hope that we might actually find her. It might be more accurate to call her a prisoner, but that doesn't seem to be the language the nation prefers to use when referring to this place. And remember, language shapes our world. Think about it. Do you want to live in a world where cyborg overseers force human prisoners to toil in labor camps? Me neither. So you and me, let's call it a school where protectors manage Gestalt workers as they learn valuable skills to lend a hand in the war effort. Robbed of language to describe our oppression, we would be hard-pressed to organize any resistance to it. We take one last look at the miserable cage they were keeping.
Eastern Germany, super fun time, yeah.
No sense dwelling on it while she could be in danger. Outside, we find a jammed door and a service request. A guard replica, designated Sta 2306, wanted a locksmith to get the door opened. The request was processed by another replica, Arar 2305, who noted that they couldn't get the door open and the next shift would have to handle it. The note is signed Fünf, German for five.
Arar. She said it Arar, not
From this, we
Arar.
can surmise two things.
Interesting.
One, that replicas sometimes take on nicknames to distinguish themselves from otherwise identical models, and two, we're going to have to solve a puzzle to get the door open. Retrieving the service hatch key from a nearby elevator, we futz with the mechanism until we can get the tumblers to line up, which opens the door. Seems like our manual was telling the truth about our technical skills. We pass into the North Corridor and a protector office, where we find a card key and a propaganda poster. Super weapons of our nation in our battle against the Empire. Falke units. The poster depicts an imposing replica crowned with a golden halo. In one hand, she wields a golden spear. She tramples a set of interlacking black hexagons, which we will eventually learn is the symbol of the Oisan nation's enemy, the Oisan Empire. We also get a good look at our national flag here. It bears the black, red, and gold color scheme of modern-day Germany, and a central charge featuring a gold wreath surrounding 3 stars and a telescope. The wreath is likely a laurel crown like Falke's stylized headpiece, representing victory. The telescope holds obvious significance for a spacefaring nation. As for the 3 stars, in addition to tying to a story element we haven't seen yet, these may represent the asterism known as the Summer Triangle for reasons I'll get back to later. If you know your real-world history, you may have already realized that this flag is closely inspired by that of the German Democratic Republic, commonly known as East Germany, though the real-world flag used stalks of wheat instead of laurels, and the central element was not a telescope, but a hammer and a compass. It may be tempting to immediately draw comparisons between the Oisan nation and real-life East Germany, but as we will learn, the two don't line up nearly as well as their flags do. For now, it's safe to assume that the developers wanted the audience to keep an atmosphere of state surveillance and political repression in mind. But this is a topic we'll have to circle back to later. A memo nearby, signed by Adler, orders that any Gestalt workers connected to a recent security leak be interrogated until the culprit is found. More of that wall-safe drama we heard about before. Continuing into the kitchen, we discover an alarming sight. Another badly injured Eule unit is here, mindlessly chopping a writhing mass of meat in a grisly pantomime of meal preparation.
Because you're like that? That's cool.
The back half of the kitchen, where we find another poster. Simple, universal, light replica. Eule. Cute. And a far cry from the bleeding wretches we've been seeing around the facility. We sneak through the dining hall and out to the southern corridor, where we encounter a malfunctioning Sta unit. Like the Eules, she's missing most of her skin. Gauze drapes over her ruined face like a veil. Unlike the Eules, she's quite durable, and her baton has good reach. We're forced to defend ourselves. We stumble away in search of safety and come upon a Stoich hiding in an office.
That's a huge bitch!
She turns out to be the protector controller for this floor, but she's lost her nerve despite her towering frame.
She be do.
Farmer. She advises us to leave and won't come out herself until she gets new orders from the higher-ups. The Stoich is useless, but on a table nearby we spot a card with a familiar face on it. It's Alina So's access card. With this, we can get into the West Wing. We note that she looks pretty banged up in her ID photo. Did she resist when she was arrested, or have the protectors been mistreating her? The sooner we find her, the better.
I would bet on the latter.
The West Wing is in no better shape. There's an elevator down to the mine shaft level here, but we'll need the administrator's keycard to get it. That would be Adla, right? Maybe we can track them down. Exploring further, we find a protector office where we learn a little bit more about the workers being held here. There was a Helene Song, apparently arrested for distributing flyers at her university, Julia Wong, arrested on suspicion of something called bioresonance, and Yama, arrested on suspicion of conspiracy against the state. It doesn't sound like these people got any kind of a trial before being shipped here. There's a note about Alina So, too. It doesn't list the original reason for her arrest, but it does indicate that a locked box with a butterfly decoration was discovered in her bunk and confiscated. All four of these poor gestalts look like
I mean, that's reason for her capture.
Malfunctioning replica, we discover the interrogation room. There's a chair in the middle where the subject would have been strapped down.
Because you're not allowed to own anything in the world, in the Houston nation, or whatever you want to call this country.
The interrogations ordered by Adler were successful. Whoever knew the radio frequencies must have eventually talked. It looks like each one matches a corresponding shape. This doesn't mean much to us now, but we may as well hold on to it. Next door, we find another grisly scene, the isolation room. A malfunctioning Stahl unit patrols a chamber lit only in red, containing 2 rows of cages barely big enough for a person to fit inside. A few contain the bodies of unfortunate workers, though thankfully neither of them seem to be Alina. It would seem that S-23 Sierpinski was a house of horrors long before the outbreak occurred here. We find Alina's butterfly box in evidence storage. Whatever this is, she risked her life to smuggle it in here, so perhaps we ought to open it. The rectangular key isn't with the box, and furthermore, it's been broken in 2. The first half is lying in a pool of blood in the showers. Never mind the oily unit over there, staring at a ruined face in the mirror. We'll just sneak on by. The second half of the key is in a blood-spattered squat toilet in the workers' bathroom. We can tell it's theirs because unlike the replica staff, the Gestalt workers aren't afforded any stalls for privacy. The scene is as alarming as it is gross, and suggests that Alina may have gone to extreme measures to keep the key hidden. We hope she's okay. We slot the 2 halves into the keyhole and the box opens to reveal a mysterious artifact. A hexagonal plate of black stone with a star-shaped cutout, revealing something soft and wet within. Gingerly picking up the plate of eternity, we see a vision of a pulsating mass of flesh, some kind of hexagonal seal, and... Fog blows through the icy air. Across a narrow footbridge, a small building huddles beneath a parabolic antenna. Signage indicates that we are at Rotfront Station 6. Inside, we find a small living space and some radio equipment. There are 2 mugs, a mess tray, and a few potted plants. They're not in bloom, but we'll see later that these are probably lilies. On the table, a letter addressed to the radio officer stationed here, Iris Young, contains a message from her sister, Camilla. The language used is friendly, but reading between the lines, we can gather that Camilla has pressured her sister to have her daughter Ariane transferred to Camilla's home in the city, where she can receive a proper education. She may have even gotten the government involved, ostensibly out of concern for the child. Ariane Young was the name of the Gestalt that we were looking for on the Penrose. That woman was an adult, so this must be an old letter. Perhaps it's a flashback. That would explain how we have suddenly found ourselves on an entirely different planet. On a nearby desk, a small box holds a radio module, essentially a plug-and-play device that allows a replica to listen to radio transmissions, provided they're a Generation 5 model or higher. As far as we can tell, there are only 2 Gestalts living here. Why would they have this? Following the instructions, we plug the module into the port behind our left ear. Mostly it picks up static or strange signals we can't understand, but we did spot something outside, a box with an attached microphone and the number 160.00. We try that frequency, which contains a data stream. The microphone picks up the data encoded in the audio, and the box swings open. Our vision glitches out and we're back in the evidence locker, still holding the plate of eternity. Static still crackles from the radio module behind our ear. Maybe the module was inside the box and our trip to Rotfront was just a hallucination? There are no answers to be found here. We still need to find Alina, so all we can do is press on. Back in one of the protector offices, a wall safe is marked with a symbol of a tree. Going off the note we found in the interrogation room, we find a frequency to tune our radio to, which, similar to the vision we just had, gives us a string of numbers. There's no microphone on this safe, so instead we manually punch them in. We're rewarded with a supervisor's access card. That's a Sta in the photo, designation S2320. The card is labeled Krankenflügel, which means hospital wing. We were hoping for a way down to the mines beneath the
Thank God
facility,
that at least
but
she
the secret was
explains
no run lower than we are now.
the gibberish that
Midway
she's
down,
talking
the power
about.
cuts out, and for the briefest moment, out of the corner of our eye, we see Alina So standing beside us. She's gone, and so is our access card. Looks like the elevator ate it when it rebooted. We will need to find the station administrator if we want to head further down. Hopefully they'll be more helpful than the protectors we've met so far. Surprise! Level 3 is in bad shape too. The lights, the ones that are still working, flicker sporadically, and the halls are choked with hospital beds and medical equipment left in disarray. The place must have been overwhelmed with sick workers at some point, but where have they gone? Worryingly, a shotgun has been left unattended on the reception desk, where anyone could reach it. We pick it up for a closer look. The Ein 12 is a pump-action shotgun with a collapsible stock that folds under when not
The
in
shotgun
use.
sucks
The
in this
magazine
game.
holds 8 12-gauge shells, which have been packed with 18.5mm flechettes. These are tiny darts instead of the typical pellets. The gun appears to be based on the real-life Franchi Spaz 12, which debuted in 1979, going through several design iterations until it was discontinued in 2000. The gun's intimidating.
It got discontinued, and this is the news for me. Spaz 12?
Found popularity around the world with
That gun is a
police
legend.
and has prominently featured in several films, most famously Terminator and Jurassic Park. Flechette shells are a very real thing, but have never really taken off as more than a novelty. They can certainly be lethal, but their ballistic performance is very poor compared to pellets. They have wider dispersion, shorter range, and are less likely to kill a target outright. They're also bad at penetrating armor. Despite this, they've been
Oh, no wonder it sucks.
science fiction media, which may be why we're seeing them here. But they could actually have a practical application in this setting. We're not totally sure what replicas are made of, but at least some of it is synthetic. Units like the Sta and Stoich we saw even have body armor. Given the tight confines of this facility and the fact that it's replica guards overseeing Gestalt prisoners, this ammunition may have been selected due to being far more dangerous to a Gestalt than a replica. Any fighting here is going to occur in close quarters, negating range issues, and wounded Gestalts can be put back to work, while dead workers would need replacing. But that is not to say the shotgun is ineffective against replicas. In every way, it's a straight upgrade over our pistol, and can sometimes drop multiple enemies with a single shot. Maybe the Oisan Nation has worked out the kinks in flechette technology. They have space travel and 2.5-meter fembots. Who knows what they're capable of? We managed to avoid a lot of fighting upstairs in the workers' quarters, but we quickly learned that won't be possible here in the hospital. Malfunctioning Sta and Eule units prowl the halls, and clutter makes it impossible to get around them. We're more than capable of gunning them down, but we have limited ammunition, and soon make an unsettling discovery. They don't stay dead forever. This puts an extra degree of pressure on us. We can't blindly crisscross the halls until we find our way. We have to frequently check our map and figure out where we're going and why. Passing through the same areas over and over puts a drain on ammo and medical supplies, which we can't afford. Speaking of medical supplies, it's worth going over these as they're uniquely designed for replica anatomy and can tell us a little bit more about ourselves. The most basic is the repair patch. This is a sticky bandage that both covers wounds and delivers a compound called Formula K, which causes the oxidant fluid we have in place of blood to coagulate into a gelatinous mass, sealing the damaged area and restoring a small amount of health. For bigger injuries, we have repair spray. These single-use spray guns dispense a liquid that rapidly expands into a polyurethane-based foam, filling wounds and stopping oxidant leaks to heal a large amount of damage over a few seconds. These two items can be combined to make a quick curing repair spray. This heals a bit less than the normal spray, but it does the job instantly. I personally don't think it's worth it, but we find a note that mentions that this is sometimes used in a pinch to repair hull damage and seal atmospheric leaks. In the direst of emergencies, we can use a disposable auto-injector loaded with replica Kreislauf stimulants N. These shots can only be used in replica generations 3 and up, but will avert a critical system failure by jump-starting vital functions. Using this will instantly heal us to full. We can also equip it in the active item slot, and it will immediately save us should we become mortally wounded. The packaging makes it sound like most of this stuff would be either ineffective or extremely hazardous to Gestalts, and the fact that medication is in circulation that even some replica models can't use is interesting. Next to a hospital bed, we find another page from Alina's diary. She describes waking up in the infirmary after her fall, which is probably a euphemism for the enhanced interrogation she received upstairs. She writes that the protectors were acting strange and wouldn't let her go back to work despite the fact that she had recovered. This lights a new spark of hope as it suggests that she survived at least through the first stages of the outbreak, and that she wasn't killed over the radio thing. The entry also mentions us, saying that she hasn't heard from Elsta in a while and she's worried. Were we in contact before all this? We get another chance to learn about replica anatomy as our exploration takes us to the imaging lab. There's a computer terminal here and an interesting array of objects to check out. They're behind plexiglass and for the moment inaccessible, but for whatever reason an X-ray machine is pointed at them. Using the terminal, we can check this stuff out. First up is a revolver with a short barrel and 3 rounds left in the cylinder. It's an unusual design, with the barrel aligned with the bottom chamber rather than the top, quite similar to the real-life Chopper Rhino, particularly the 20DS. This reduces the impact of recoil by keeping the barrel more closely aligned with the shooter's wrist, but
She knows about her weapons, I guess.
Sights are consequently that much higher than the barrel. Luckily, this model comes with a laser sight. Too bad we can't reach it. Next is a severed right hand, black, like our own. Flipping on the X-ray reveals very human-looking bones inside of it. The third object is a replica skull. This image has enough detail to reveal that this is clearly a manufactured object, with a removable brain case held on with screws. Inside, we can see an organic-looking brain, though significant portions of it have either been replaced or augmented with neural implants of some kind. This all confirms what we read in the dictionary upstairs. We are not simply a machine, but a combination of biocomponents and mechanical parts, lab-grown and factory-assembled. Our brain is stuffed full of implants doing who knows what, but it is still more or less a human brain, even if it was grown in a vat. We eat food, we drink water, we use the bathroom. We think, we feel, we suffer. There are 2 more objects to examine. One is some kind of card with a circuit on it lodged inside of what must be polyethylene repair foam. The other is a watch. This may be one of the items confiscated from Helene's Song, a Gestalt worker we read about earlier. As we recall, the Protectors were investigating her for the theft of a radio. Is that stolen radio the one we found in the box Alina was hiding?
Is that a radio?
Only a replica could use. Did Alina know that we were coming and that we would need it? Was she the one who got us the wall-safe code frequencies? Did we plan this prison break together? We leave the X-ray machine for now, finding our way to another intensive care unit. Here, a still-living patient lies unattended and alone in an oxygen tent. She's unresponsive, but we're able to glance over her chart nearby. Or, we think it's hers. She's in such terrible shape that it's hard to even look at her, much less match her to a photo. The chart belongs to Eule S2321. She initially presented with severe headaches and was vomiting oxidant fluid. Examination revealed internal bleeding, low blood pressure, fever, and dehydration, followed by rapid mental decline, hair loss, and purpura, which is a rash of purple or red spots caused by blood, or in this case oxidant fluid, pooling just under the skin. Notes in the chart explain that this is consistent with the mysterious syndrome sweeping through the facility, and the prognosis looks grim. Generally, patients presenting with these symptoms will begin to experience vision loss, and their skin will begin sloughing off. The disease seems to affect both gestalts and replicas.
They managed to see what's inside? That's actually very interesting.
Succumb to infection within 5 cycles, while replicas seem to have more varied results. We suppose that means that sometimes they die, sometimes they wind up stalking the halls trying to kill people, and sometimes they hang on, like the poor thing in the oxygen tent. We press on, doing our best not to think about her, and step into the nurse's station to find an Eule unit. A healthy one. This is Eule S2312, and she fills us in a little on what's going on around here. She says that the station commander, Folke, was the first to get sick, and everything started to go wrong after that. Now she's afraid that she's the only normal one left, and she's terrified of what might happen to her. She refuses to set foot outside for obvious reasons, but staying here might only be delaying the inevitable. Having seen what's become of the other Eules, and having barely survived our trip thus far, we can certainly sympathize. Strangely, she seems to recognize us, but isn't sure from where. Unfortunately, we can't hang around waiting for her to figure it out, and she's too afraid to come with us, so we're forced to leave her behind. On the south end of level 3, we come across a strange door marked Surgery, with a hexagonal seal and 5 keycard slots. There's a 6th symbol across the top, but no corresponding key. Guess that one's a freebie. There's a bit of decorative bamboo growing out of planters along the walls, and it's weirdly out of place in these dismal surroundings. Even before this station fell apart, the only decorations around here were propaganda posters. We snag a document here, 2 blocks of letters and numbers flanking an image of a sword. This matches a wall safe back in the nurse's station, and referring back to the note from the interrogation room, we now have all the pieces we need to get the safe open. The sword frequency gives us a string of numbers, like the tree did, but the sword safe's keypad doesn't have numbers, it has letters. This new document is a cipher, which allows us to convert our number code to the letter code which will open the safe. A few of the characters on the cipher are smudged, but we're able to figure them out by process of elimination. After a few false starts, we get the box open. Inside, we find an access card and a bionic eye. The eye, as it turns out, is an eidetic module, a piece of tech that can record images. Our own eyes, as suggested by the way they refract light, are probably very similar in design. If we want, we can swap one of our eyeballs out with this thing to take and access photographs. This is essentially a gameplay convenience for people who don't want to take screenshots.
Is that actually what's happening?
But it isn't all that useful if you have a smartphone or a working print screen key. It's a nice inclusion and offers a little bit more lore about replica anatomy, but we'll pass on it for now. The card grants access to the incinerator room. That seems a lot more useful. As we make our way through the morgue, glancing nervously at the body bags, we hear a noise behind us and turn to see a floor tile sliding out of place. A sick replica emerges, looking more warped than the others we've seen. Her head is fused with some sort of helmet, and her arms are stretched into long, club-like appendages. We sprint toward the incinerator door, swipe our card, and duck away before she can get to us. These enemies are one of the strongest arguments for using Signalis' third-person camera mod. In the default perspective, you can always immediately spot them popping out of the floor, which makes them fairly easy to avoid. In the over-the-shoulder perspective, however, your first clue that you're being ambushed is often from the music kicking up into this frantic industrial beat, prompting you to either blindly run away or wheel around trying to figure out where the new threat is coming from. Because of this, these guys became my #1 most hated enemy on this run, rather than being a minor inconvenience. The incinerator room is, thankfully, unoccupied, and we're able to leave the malfunctioning units behind.
Interesting.
Here, we find a few thermite flares and a note written by an Oila intended for another. My. As you've probably heard, there have been multiple accounts of decommissioned protectors reactivating and acting in a defective manner. Based on November's autopsy report, it seems that all affected units showed some sort of cancerous growth in their organic components. According to her, unless completely incinerated, the growth may reactivate the replica even after it's been dead for hours. We don't know what's causing this, and we're unsure who's affected. We can't keep up with incinerating all the bodies, with just 2 incinerators that constantly need recalibrating, so we're improvising. These thermite flares are able to melt through replica armor and burn the organic components from the inside. I've requisitioned some more of them, but there was some paperwork missing, so we'll have to wait a bit longer. Junie. It seems these Oilas are all named after months of the year. It's also pretty funny that despite the unprecedented emergency, one of the biggest problems around here was the bureaucracy. The aforementioned furnace is actually still running. Our instincts as a ship repair technician tell us that it's not a good idea to leave a 1,000-degree furnace running unattended. We can't have the place burning down before we find Alina, so we check out the service panel to see if we can shut it off. God damn it, it's another puzzle. For some reason, there's no emergency shutoff on the furnace. Instead, we can only adjust the gas mix feeding into the chamber with these knobs along the bottom. Once it's calibrated, we pull the lever and the furnace tries to adjust to our specifications. A series of lights along the left side indicate whether we've set any part of the mix too high or too low, but they only update when we pull the lever. What this tells us is that the system knows what the levels are supposed to be at, but was not designed with any degree of automation. I guess that makes us the automation. Typical. We fiddle with the knobs and the lever for what seems like an eternity, trying to imagine why it was designed this way. Maybe different gas mixes are needed to incinerate replicas and gestalts. Maybe different replica models need different mixes too. As for the lack of any emergency shutoff, we can only assume it was a cost-cutting measure. Sure, we have 2-meter fembots in space travel, but we don't have an off switch for the furnace. What a country! Eventually, we dial the proper mix in and the furnace goes dark. We thought we saw something inside, so against our better judgment, we open the door. There's a person-shaped shadow where the incinerator did its work. but improbably,
Ooh.
the card key seems to have survived being left in there for hours.
Interesting. I've never noticed that.
Fire, which is a match for one of the locks on the surgery door. We realize we're going to have to do a lot of backtracking to get the rest of these keys, and that means we'll be seeing a lot of the same enemies again. We decide to use our new flares to incinerate some of the bodies in the main hallways. It works surprisingly well. Those oiles really came through. We try not to think about whether we're burning June, Mai, or November. It would seem that in the midst of this disaster, a second one occurred. Something, or possibly someone, blew up the bathroom. This poor auto unit was caught in the blast. It's unclear what exactly.
What do you mean blew up the
What
bathroom?
we can say for sure is that the room below.
Someone took a massive shit.
We snag a pump room key from the dead replica and head over to maintenance storage, where we find a socket wrench handle and a propaganda poster depicting the ADA, describing them as all-purpose repair units. ADA is a German word for a type of macaw, which was originally taken from the Tupi people of Brazil, for whom the word was an onomatopoeia of the sound the bird makes. Arap! They don't really look like macaws. Maybe their hat looks sort of like a big beak? Who knows? A note in the pump room helps explain what might have happened. There are automated pumps designed to prevent flooding, a necessity in any mining facility, but this one is broken and needs to be operated manually. The system was left in disrepair for too long, and too much water pressure must have caused the explosion. Of course, this means we'll need to do another puzzle. This one involves trying to equalize the water pressure between tank A and tank B so that the pump can start.
Oh, someone got stuck. Just like me, I guess.
Pumped out of the lower level, we can drop down into the Gestalt bathroom, grateful for once that we don't have feet. We snag a key card marked water on our way out. We also score a blank card from a supply closet and an examination room card from a flooded office. There's no water in the recovery ward at the north end of the hall, but we're dismayed to find out why. A veritable army of corrupted auto units begin climbing up out of the floor, and we barely have time to grab some ammo and a video cassette as we hurry past. We duck into a supply closet where we spot an abandoned toolbox and a personal grievance form. One of the autos accused another one, nicknamed Elf, of constantly misplacing the 10mm socket for her wrench. If you're not into cars or home improvement, I'll let you in on the joke. The 10mm is one of the most commonly used socket sizes, and as a result it is constantly going missing, especially if you were just using it 5 seconds ago. The note tips us off to an issue with the air vent. Taking a look, we spot another key card lying just out of reach. We'd love to remove the vent cover and grab it, but without the 10mm socket, that would be impossible. Stuck for now, we climb a ladder back up to level 3 and take our video cassette back to the ICU where we found Alina's diary page. The way home. We see Ariane Young, looking much younger than before. The view pulls back, and we find ourselves riding on a train. The young Ariane sits alone on one end of an empty car, while endless rows of identical megabuildings pass by in the snowstorm outside. A brutalist hive of a city. A propaganda poster, mostly shadowed, reads, "Bouillon will burn." Letters painted across the interior of the train inform us that we are on Rotfront, the same world where we visited that radio station. We approach Ariane, but with a flicker of the lights, she vanishes. Nearby, we spot another poster. This one reads, "Operation Penrose, now seeking volunteers." We can see into the next car, and it's as desolate as this one. It's bizarre that in a city this overpopulated, we'd be the only ones on a train. In Ariane's seat, we spot another
Overpopulated.
this one marked gold. Picking it up, we find ourselves back in the ICU, still holding the card. This isn't the first time this has happened, but it's a little harder to explain this as a mere hallucination. Where could the card even have come from? We have several cards now, but the one we found downstairs has nothing printed on it. Luckily, we know what to do. Back behind reception, there's a computer set up to make access cards. We slot in the blank card we found in storage downstairs and imprint it with the pattern that we saw in the x-ray room from the card that was lodged in repair foam. This prints out a suitable replacement for the Earth key. We find the 10mm socket in the examination room, sitting in a chair. My theory is that it fell out of the Auto's tool belt, but maybe Elf hid it here like she claimed. Either way, we use it to get the air key and slot all 5 keys into the surgery door. We find ourselves in the upper level of a surgical theater, where observers could stand and look down at an operation taking place below. The place is lit by the glow of a red monitor. We use these to save our game, but little else. We have a bad feeling about this, so we check our equipment before dropping down to the lower level. We are immediately face to face with a new replica model, Mina, and the databank automatically feeds us some information about her. We catch a glimpse of words like mining, nuclear engineering, and high security, but something is wrong. Our system is glitching out just looking at her. Blood begins pouring out of her helmet, and the skin of her face falls away like a wet paper mask. For an instant, what's left resembles a gigantic red eye. Then the visor closes, and she climbs to her feet. The Mina is enormous, more than twice our size, and she's encased in a bulky pressure suit. Our targeting system tells us what we might have easily guessed. Our small arms have no chance of penetrating that armor. The more pressing concern is, of course, the gigantic mining laser she's lugging around. We duck behind the operating table to buy a moment to think, but it turns out she's got backup. Corrupted auto units begin climbing out of the floor, and we're forced to fend them off or be driven out of our hiding spot. Eventually, we find an opening. The sick replica periodically has to open her visor to vomit more blood on the floor, and we take the opportunity to shoot her in the face. We don't have time to worry about the fact that the blood appears to be crawling away like thousands of little red worms. At last, we manage to put enough lead into her, and she falls face down on the floor. A thought crosses our mind, or perhaps we caught the Mina's dying words.
We are all flesh, and return to the flesh.
Out briefly. Maybe it was all the laser burns, or that auto-injector kicked harder than we thought. Either way, we come to our senses in front of an elevator. Signage indicates that we're still on level 4, so at least we haven't wandered far. The elevator opens, revealing a man, a replica. The databank informs us that this is Adler, the station administrator. He greets us cordially, despite the chaos and our obvious confusion. We have a thought, maybe a memory, that something was unearthed. A secret. Still hazy, we tell him that we're looking for a gestalt and show him the photograph that we brought, as well as the access card we found. He recognizes Alina So, and just as we begin to get our hopes up, he shoves us down the open elevator shaft. You shouldn't have returned. It is calling to me from below, the song of a god that whispers to the sleeping, a dark sun setting over black ocean, a red eye in the sky, staring, unblinking, forever. And deep below the earth, await answers to questions yet unasked. A dream about dreaming. A girl with a mole on her cheek awakens in an empty classroom. She's younger than we recall, dressed in a school uniform. But this is Isa, the gestalt we met on S-23 Sierpinski. We are Isa. Looking out the window, we can see the endless snowstorm of Rotfront and row after row of apartment towers, shadowed by huge parabolic antennae. The blackboard is empty. The Oila who teaches this class always erases everything before we can finish taking down notes. We note that the teachers often confuse us with our twin sister. Pretty funny, considering they're replicas. Stepping out into the hall, we discover that we are at the Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School in Rodfront Sector C. Other than the national flag, there's nothing in the way of decoration. Just printed signs telling us not to run, not to loiter. Whatever. Our sister Erica's here somewhere. We were supposed to get some books from the library. Maybe she's already there. We pass by a classroom with the door partly open, and can't resist taking a peek. A girl with white hair sits at a desk, reading a book. 3 other girls, students, their faces covered by gas masks, stand around her, mocking her. She tries to ignore them, but one of them gives her a shove and she topples out of her chair, so they start kicking her. For a moment, we make eye contact. In the end, it was my sister and not me who came to Ariane's aid. Our short friendship was for me forever from that moment of paralysis overshadowed. I have always been useless. Inferior.
Huh.
We awakened back at Sierpinski S-23, battered but alive. Rather than falling several floors to our death, we landed just one level below where Adler pushed us. Turning around, we can see why. Some kind of red and black clutter broke our fall. We decide not to look at or think about it right now. Examining the elevator door, we simply observe that it is out of order. There is no text about what's inside. Okay then, Ashta. The fifth level, Service, seems largely devoted to keeping the facility's machinery running, and very little of it is accessible. We swipe an Otto's access card and use it to get into Flood Overflow, which is a shaft with ladders that go all the way down to level 8. Unfortunately, the lower levels are locked up, so we're forced to try level 6, Staff Accommodations. We are immediately confronted by a ghastly sight that confirms our earlier suspicions. The elevator shaft is choked with dead Elsta units, each identical to us but a little less lucky. Our fall was broken by what must be dozens of those who came before. Strangely, Elsta doesn't comment on this at all. Are we blocking it out? There's another possibility, and that's that these bodies aren't really there, and this is another hallucination. It wouldn't be the first strange vision Elsta has failed to remark on. Even if it was a sheer drop, we could have caught the ledge on level 5 and crawled out of the shaft on our own. It's unsettling, but as ever, all we can do is soldier on. We spot another couple of propaganda posters. The first gives us a better look at one we saw on the train. Bouillon will burn. It depicts a fighter craft bombing a tower perched atop the clouds against a green sky. Above it, we see the Imperial Hexagon. So we're still fighting the Empire on Bouillon, wherever that is. The name Bouillon is taken from a real-life medieval Russian legend describing a city on a mysterious island that can vanish and reappear unexpectedly. The island is said to be home to many miraculous things, such as the secret of immortality. In some of these legends, Bouillon is the source of all the weather in the world. It's presently unclear whether that has anything to do with our Bouillon, but as with the national flag and so many other things, it's something we'll want to keep in the back of our mind. The other poster depicts a replica we've met before, the Stoich, or Security Technician Controller replica. She's armed with a shotgun and a stun baton and certainly looks like she can hold her own. It's a shame the one upstairs lost her nerve. We could really use a hand down here. Or maybe not. If Ada is the station administrator, she probably reports to him. We took down a sick Mina, but a healthy Stoich might be another story. There's an angry note nearby, written by a Stoich. Apparently the Eule dorm is on this level, and the Eules were listening to the same song on repeat for hours on end, driving the Stoiches next door crazy. A note nearby confirms some basic information about Staz. Security Technician Guard Replica, Starling. Type, Generation 4 Low-Cost Combat Unit. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height, 220 cm. For the Americans among us, that's a little over 7'2". Fitted with extended legs, Sta units gracefully tower over...
Oh, she's American?
Despite their heavy armor, they can move swiftly with their long stride. Their cool and detached demeanor allows them to analyze situations with objectivity and deploy force as required. Trained in close combat and riot control techniques, they operate best in small squads, led by an officer Sta unit equipped with a ballistic shield. Stas, named after Starlings, are the rank and file of the nation's security replicas. The first model we met here was a Sta, but all the others since then have been transformed by the outbreak. Being Generation 4, they're able to make use of the same medical items we are, and furthermore, the Stas seem to have some medical skills. They may have even been serving as doctors here, as we found an access card belonging to one who was stationed on the hospital level, and the functioning Sta we met was capable of treating herself despite being seriously injured. As enemies, Stas occupy the middle tier. They are strong, aggressive, and sometimes come equipped with shields that make them difficult to defeat with our pistol or shotgun. They're also fairly common enemies, numbering just behind the Eules while being far more dangerous. The corrupted Stas can be recognized by their stature and the veil-like drape covering their faces. Their height gives them a lot of reach, and those stun batons hurt. Luckily, their vision seems to be too poor to operate firearms. We make our way to the Ada dorm, where we find a bizarre scene. The bunks are shoved out of place, and a huge hole has been dug into the floor. Strangest of all, the Adas seem to have constructed a rowboat in the middle of the room. Maybe their overview file can explain. All-purpose repair worker replica, Macaw. Type, Generation 2, low-cost, general purpose. Frame, biomechanical with titanium-reinforced polyethylene shell. Height, 185 centimeters. The tough worker bees of the construction and repair industry. One of the earlier replica designs, the simple but efficient Adas are actually the most produced replica type to date. These strong and heavy worker units are a perfect fit in construction and production of industrial goods. In many places throughout our nation, Adas have already replaced all Gestalt workers in fields like climaforming and explosive ordnance disposal. Here, we begin to see some interesting stratification among replicas. Adas, like Eules and Stas, are specifically called out as being low-cost models. Being Generation 2, Adas wouldn't be able to make use of the life-saving medicine in our auto-injector, and all three models would be unable to use add-ons like our radio. Above all else, the document makes the Adas sound entirely disposable. If these were mindless drones, that would be one thing, but they're people. There's also something to be read into the statement that they have already replaced Gestalt workers in climaforming and EOD, indicating that Gestalts are increasingly having their jobs taken by more capable replicas. We've gone over the corrupted Adas, which tend to climb out of the floor and attack with club-like fists. Despite being touted as tough and strong, these are the flimsiest enemies in the game, and other than their tendency to surround us unexpectedly, they're not much of a threat. It's almost never worth wasting a flare on permanently getting rid of them, as their ambush method makes them easy to avoid if you know they're going to be somewhere. As if on cue, several floor panels open up, and a swarm of Adas ascend to attack us. With no other choice, we take a leap of faith down the hole in the floor. Elsewhere, we see Isa attempting to gain access to Commander Falke's quarters. Ada catches her in the act, and in a familiar pattern tries to disarm her with calm cordiality. Still sensing danger, Isa backs away, and we see a few brief flashes. A corrupted image of Isa's twin Erica, and a message, possibly from Adla, though whether these are words, thoughts, or something else remains unclear. None of us are here by choice, and no one will miss us. We find ourselves in the Sta dorm, which is quite a bit nicer than the Adas, and certainly less crowded. Here, we see another propaganda poster, this one depicting Heimat, Heart of the Revolution. Heimat is a loaded term in real life. Literally, it means homeland, but due to Germany's complicated history, it has taken on nationalistic, utopian, or nostalgic undertones. Over the 20th century, Germany's volatile political and military situation forced many citizens out of regions their families had lived in for generations. People were forced to flee persecution, rounded up by the government,
Germans that I can refer.
Deprived of their livelihoods as catastrophe after catastrophe swept the nation. It should be no wonder then that the idea of a peaceful homeland became for some something of an imaginary utopia. We can see the national stars depicted here, and the language tells us something new. The Oysan nation is a revolutionary government that broke away from the Oysan Empire, and we've been in a state of interplanetary warfare ever since. We can assume then that Heimat is likely not the original home of humanity, but has become our nation's capital world. The halls are, as ever, a mess, with mattresses piled up everywhere and tipped-over mail carts spilling documents all over the place. Level 7 is devoted to protector accommodations, and while it's swarming with enemies, there's no shortage of ammo down here. There's also a Paternoster lift. This is a hilariously dangerous type of elevator that works by moving a series of cars along a circuit. The elevator can thus always have a car available, and passengers will never have Jaeger, suggesting that one of these units reached a sort of celebrity status around here. Jaeger, of course, means hunter. We swing around the corner to the management office, where we're suddenly overwhelmed by the screech of static as our systems start to run haywire, like we're being hacked. 4 corrupted replicas sit on the floor. They must have been very short once, but now their heads have blossomed into spasmodic bulbs of tumorous flesh. We clutch our head in agony. Whatever's happening in here, it's killing us. Messages come staccato across our visuals as we continue to malfunction.
Give up. I am ideal. Die.
We see numbers, error messages, things we don't have time to process. Firing at the little monsters reveals a problem. Our bullets have no effect, at least on the first one we try. After a moment, our targeting system figures out what our eyes cannot. 3 of these are illusions. We gun down the 4th and the copies vanish, leaving a wretched little corpse in one corner. Our reality returns to normal. There's a painting hung on the wall, and of something bright red on the other side. We make our way to the Protector dining hall. As with the Gestalt hall, trays of half-eaten food have been abandoned here on the tables. After taking down a few corrupted replicas, we find a poster depicting another planet, with the text, Kitej awaits liberation. The image depicts a mineral extractor half hidden by a red dust storm, suggesting we may want to take this imperial world for economic reasons. Kitej in real life is another lost city of Russian legend, akin to Atlantis. It is said that when the Golden Horde attacked the city, its denizens all joined in prayer, and it spontaneously sank beneath the waters of Lake Svetloyar, where it remains today as an unearthly paradise for the pure of heart. Nearby is a replacement fuse for the Paternoster lift. We swipe it and head back to level 5 to repair the thing. Of course, it wouldn't be as easy as replacing the blown fuse, now would it? There are 2 circuits. One needs 800 volts, the other 230. Flipping the row of switches beside the display adds or subtracts from both of them. Thanks to our repair module, we know just what to do. We randomly flip switches until it works. With the Paternoster online, we can finally get down to level 8, Command. From there, the mine should be just below us. All we need to do is get Adler's access card and reach the access lift. While exploring, we find a crank handle and some classified documents. This is prime time for some snooping. Replica Overview, Mina. Mining, Nuclear Tech, High Security Replica, Mina. Type, Generation 3 Industrial Specialist. Frame, Biomechanical with High Security Reinforced Armor-Plated Servo Shell. Height, 260 centimeters. When it comes to dangerous cargo, heavy machinery, and hazardous environments, no other model rivals the Mina units with their high-security power armor bodies. Even in lethal radiation, under crushing pressure, and in zero-G, they keep their calm demeanor and show exemplary teamwork. Despite their hulking bodies, underneath their face shields, a standard Generation 3 cranial construction can be found, making maintenance and social interfacing as easy as with any other replica model. Please note that the Mina neural pattern is not suited for combat use. For combat applications, the Schnappa unit should be used, which employs a combat-capable persona in the same frame. For more information, see Schwer Antipanzer Replica Schnappa. There's nothing too wild in here, except for the fact that it's possible to load different personas into the same frame. Presumably not at the same time, but still, that's pretty interesting. Both Mina and Schnappa
yeah.
appear to be puns.
Well, maybe
Mina,
that
named
works
for the miner,
on
is a miner, and Schnappa, named for the flycatcher,
on
sounds like
Falk.
someone at Aeon thinks they're real funny. The next document is juicy indeed. Replica Overview, Falke. Operational Command Control Unit Replica, Falcon. Type, Generation 6 High-Tech Bioresonance Command Unit. Frame, Biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height, 250 centimeters. That is, over 8 feet tall. Classified information, Commander eyes only. The Protector Führungskommando's commander, the head of each Aeon facility's protector force, is a powerful prototype bioresonant Falke unit. An authority that may never be questioned, a Falke unit serves not just as a commander to the protectors, but as a nearly godlike being, a perception that is underlined by her tall build and resemblance to our nation's leaders, the Great Revolutionary and her daughter. It is also aided by her powerful prototype bioresonance module, which not only allows her to bend the will of weaker minds and fathom their intentions and emotions, but also grants her the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. So, psychic powers exist, or at least that's what bioresonance sounds like. We recall that one of the Gestalt prisoners we read about was arrested on suspicion of possessing such powers. It would make sense that the nation would not want random people walking around with abilities like that. This probably also explains what we experienced in the management office, though the replica responsible for that was certainly no 2.5-meter demigod. We have learned the names, or at least the titles, of our nation's glorious leaders, the great revolutionary and her daughter, and the phrasing, combined with the fact that these super-powerful replicas are made in their image, suggests a cult of personality. There have been no shortage of these in history. In ancient times, it was common to deify kings and emperors, but in the modern age, the practice is often secular. It involves the use of mass media to promote or even enforce unquestioning adoration of a nation's leader across all levels of society. The aim is to create an environment where the populace sees the leader as a cultural hero, a father, or in this case a mother, to all the people of the nation. In such an environment, criticism of the leader becomes difficult or even illegal, and this generally extends to the government as a whole. If power flows from the autocrat, then every part of the state is acting on their behalf, and any failure to obey can be treated as an attack on the leader and therefore the people as a whole. There are plenty of examples from all over the political and economic spectra, and like most things, it's a matter of degrees, ranging from overzealous support of a political candidate under a democracy to legally mandated totalitarian hero worship. They can be top-down, grassroots, spontaneous, or carefully orchestrated. Cults of personality are not limited to any one system of government or economics, and most commonly arise following revolutions or times of extreme change in economic policy or style of government. The leader in these cases steps into the role of an enlightened guide who will lead the people to a glorious new way of life, a sort of national savior who must be emulated or obeyed if the revolutionary dream is to be realized. The ontological fallacy of expecting a light at the end of the tunnel.
Whoa.
Well, that's what the preacher sells.
But this is high production value, dude. Holy.
Capacity for self-delusion. Tells you it's a virtue. There's a ration mark to be had doing that. Transference of fear and self-loathing to an authoritarian vessel is catharsis. They absorb your dread with their narrative. Because of this, they are effective in proportion to the certainty they can project. Which is to say, in far too many words, that the Oisan nation is likely not a very old nation, and that the conditions we now live under, for better or worse, are probably very different from what it was like under the Oisan Empire. There are also two paintings here. One is a variation on what we saw in the management office, a mysterious island. The other depicts a dark shoreline. This is the spot where Adler confronted Isa. Are they nearby? The door leads to Falke's headquarters. Under normal circumstances, we'd probably get our head popped for intruding, but screw it, we need answers. Unfortunately, there are none to be had. The Falke unit is asleep, and judging by the IV stand, she's been that way for a while. We recall reading that she was the first to fall ill, so it looks as though the godlike commander slipped into a coma, and Sierpinski went to hell without her. She is holding some kind of owl-shaped box with a microphone on it. Nearby, we find her diary. She's filled it with Sierpinski triangles, a type of fractal made by filling a triangle with an endlessly repeating pattern of smaller and smaller triangles. It was first mathematically described by Wacław Sierpinski, a real-life Polish mathematician and apparently this facility's namesake. Falke writes, I don't know how much longer I can go on. I do not want to live anymore as what I have become. The red eye beyond the gate showed me. No, touched me. Poisoned me. It feels like my mind has been contaminated, defiled by another person's memory. I'm no longer fully myself anymore, but I've not fully become someone else either. I'm stuck here, between her and me, with half-formed dreams and recollections penetrating my brain and tainting my every action. Who is she? Who is that white-haired girl? Why do I long to see her again? Why would she curse me like this? White-haired girl? Ariane? That's been a point of confusion we have yet to resolve. We're ostensibly supposed to be looking for Alina So, but it was Ariane in the intro on the Penrose. And we did pass through some sort of gate. Ever since we got to Sierpinski, Ariane has been popping up in the visions we've been having. It sounds like Falke may have been having a similar experience. Next door to Falke's office, we discover something neat. It's an orrery, a diagram of the inhabited worlds of the solar system. The outermost world is Leng. That's where we currently are, at the mining facility S-23 Sierpinski. Moving toward the sun, the next world is Heimat, home of the nation's government. We get a rare bit of editorializing from Elsta, who says that she hears that the view of the gas giant's rings in the sky is beautiful there. So, Heimat isn't the planet. It's a colonized moon around a gas giant with rings. Got it. The next world, Rotfront, is also a moon, orbiting an even larger gas giant. We note that it's still in the process of climaforming. Every vision or memory we've seen of Rotfront has been in the middle of a blizzard. Maybe someday it'll be a bit nicer there. After that, it's Kitej, the Red Desert. The Empire is still holding on to it, but we are confident it will be liberated. Then, it's Vineta, the ocean world, ravaged by war. When we close our eyes, we can hear the sound of the waves. The innermost world is Buyan, where the Imperial Palace floats above poisonous clouds. It's easy to miss, as the orrery is not to scale and only shows inhabited worlds, but each world in the solar system corresponds quite closely to one in real life. Buyan is a match for Venus, which has an uninhabitable surface, but it's been theorized that colonies could be built above the ultra-heavy clouds. Vineta would be standing in for Earth. Earth is not an ocean world, but Elsta mentions that it was heavily damaged by the war. It's possible that some sort of catastrophic flooding has taken place. Kitej, then, is Mars. Rotfront would be one of the moons of Jupiter, possibly Europa. Heimat would most likely be Saturn's moon Titan, and Leng could be Pluto or another currently undiscovered body. Not shown and apparently uninhabited are the other moons of the gas giants, Neptune, Uranus, and Mercury. It's not completely airtight, but if this is not meant to be our own real-life solar system, then it is an extremely similar one that also happens to have humans living in it, who speak a mishmash of real-life Earth languages and fly a flag that looks very similar to East Germany's. So either this is Earth's future, or it's an alternate timeline based closely on our own, sort of like how Fear and Hunger does it. The orrery, of course, is not to scale, but one thing still sticks out. The orbits are wrong. Leng, particularly, would have to be traveling at a preposterous speed to make it around the sun as fast as it does. It could not possibly be going that fast. This inconsistency, we will soon discover, is not a lore detail, but an important puzzle hint. But we'll have to come back to it. On the north end of the floor, we find Adla's quarters. We remember reading that he was the man to see about getting a flashlight, and so we shouldn't be surprised to find one here. It's a replica module that mounts onto our shoulder. We equip it in our module slot and take a look around. The first thing we spot is a replica overview packet. Let's take a look. Replica Overview, Adla. Administration, Data Processing, Logistics Replica, Eagle. Type, Generation 5 High Command Specialist. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and titanium skeleton. Height, 175 centimeters. That works out to be about 5'9", a little taller than Euler and about the same height as Elsta. An integral part of every Protector Führungskommando is the Administrator Unit. A single Adla unit can manage and oversee all the administrative tasks for an entire facility, freeing other operational command units to focus on the direct control of Protector units. The Adla is designed to work as a direct counterpart to the Falke unit, serving as her adjutant by taking care of necessary paperwork and calculations. We've already read Adla's persona profile, so there isn't too much new information here. We gather that Adla is intelligent, cordial, and utterly devoted to the Falke unit he works under. He's even got a poster of her above his bed. Adla isn't physically imposing and doesn't seem to have bioresonance, body armor, or any other tricks up his sleeve. He's a bit like us, a resourceful, high-generation individual. It seems that he does all the day-to-day leadership here, serving as sort of a first mate or head of personnel, doing most of Falke's busy work so she has time to make big-picture decisions or serve as a figurehead. Interestingly, Adla is the only male replica in the game, and the only male character we ever see besides a few gestalts mentioned in notes or pictures. While he has thus far been a sinister figure, shoving Erstedt...
That's actually interesting. Let me see that.
While he has thus far, besides a few gestalts mentioned...
So Falk is definitely the tallest one. 250. Holy. Oh, that's a huge bitch. I guess I'm almost as tall as an Aurora. I'm 183. I guess that makes me 6 foot. Adler is a shorty.
While he has thus far been a sinister figure, shoving
Elster is 178.
Down an elevator shaft, ordering to have Alina tortured, and menacing Issa, I do not believe the game is attempting to make much of a statement about...
Calibre is 152. Goddamn.
Imposing than many of the women in the game, and none of the struggles we see the characters going through seem overtly tied to their gender. Still, it sticks out enough to make one wonder just what the intent behind the mostly female cast
What is that meme?
If I had to guess, I would say that the devs just like pretty girls and drew a bunch of them. I think if the genders were swapped and this was a story about a bunch of men and one woman, it wouldn't seem so strange to us. Resident Evil 4, for example, has 14 named and voiced characters, only 3 of whom are women, and that never stuck out to me. So maybe it's a good time to consider my own biases. Which is all to say that Adler may be our enemy, and he may hold a high rank at S23 Sierpinski, but neither of those seem to be because he is a man. Things just sort of are the way they are. Adler's intimidating nature stems not from his sex, but from the fact that he represents the status quo, where replicas hold power over gestalts and are tightly regimented into castes which do not permit the sort of deviation we've been getting up to by breaking in and shooting the place up. Lastly, Adler is the only replica we've encountered who is still doing his job. The Sta was fleeing the station, the Eule had a nervous breakdown, and the Stoich was refusing to engage the enemy until the chain of command was re-established. He may be a bastard and a simp, but he's the only guy still going to work during a meat monster epidemic. You've got to admire somebody that committed to the hustle. With our new flashlight, we can explore some areas that were too dark earlier. Unfortunately, while the corrupted replicas have greatly diminished vision, they will still notice us much more easily with our light on. We'll have to be careful. There's a secondary Stoichtsturm on this level. It's dark, but our flashlight allows us to take down the Eules and the Sta officer here. Once they're all dead, we discover a floor tile out of place, revealing one of those tunnels the Ottas have been using. Against our better judgment, we decide to drop down and have a look. Our flashlight encounters some trouble as we explore, but not to worry, there's an Otta down here who hasn't quite lost her mind yet. She helps us get it working again, but seems distracted. She's found a bunch of classified documents and has decided that she's not going back to work. She decries the idea of persona destabilization, arguing that it's just a tool of oppression. All they want is for us to work until we die, she says. Something's off. This Otta remembers us. She's friendly even. But we don't remember her. Ottas aren't built for combat, and this one seems to want to stay down in her tunnel. Alright, Tunnel Girl, you keep doing your thing. We'll go deal with the horrors. You can stay here with your plants and your state.
Yeah, I think this is the only other
Before we go, we decide to read what got us so riled up.
unit
procedures.
that we
Control.
encounter.
Classified information. Commander eyes only. Aeon Guideline 176 for the deployment of operational procedures. Operational psychology. In order to reliably protect the safety of our nation, Aeon must develop and deploy procedures and technologies to maintain complete control over all replicas in service of the nation. Just like with Gestalts, procedures involving operational psychology are highly effective for behavioral control of replicas. The primary advantage of replicas over Gestalts is predictability. All newly deployed replicas of a model are virtually identical both physically and psychologically. As they all share the same memories, under the same circumstances, a newly deployed Eule unit will practically always react in the exact same way. However, as soon as a unit encounters new situations, it will begin to deviate from the original pattern. In some cases, this may lead to the unit being less efficient for its intended purpose. This is called persona degradation. Using a wealth of private information about the life of the Gestalt each neural pattern is based on allows us to ensure optimal, uniform post-deployment development of each unit. In simpler terms, our primary objective is the focused manipulation of the individual to ensure they remain as close to the original pattern as possible and thus productive, loyal, and docile for as long as possible.
Are we the baddies?
This is called persona stabilization. Stabilization may come in many forms and usually takes on the form of regular activities or fetish objects that distract and calm the replica. Until the development of bioresonance technology that allows wide-scale direct behavior control, the methods of operational psychology still remain the most reliable way to control both replicas and gestalts in the interest of the protection of national security. This is alarming. Until now, we'd assumed persona degradation meant violent insanity. It might have even been fair to assume that, for instance, the pressure of the outbreak combined with the breakdown in the chain of command, and other incidents like the Oilers losing access to their music, might have caused them to start going a little bonkers and stabbing people. If that were the case, then decommissioning the ones that were too far gone would be unfortunate, but understandable. That's essentially what we've been doing. But it's not. If this is to be believed, persona destabilization isn't derangement, it's just individuality, and there's no place for individuals in the clockwork of the state. The fact that wide-scale mind control is a stated goal of the nation is not to be overlooked. What's almost worse is that it's all laid out so matter-of-factly, like it was obvious all along. On the way out, we find a replica overview of the Stoich model. Security Technician Controller Replica, Stork. Type, Generation 5 Combat Lead Unit. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height, 240 centimeters. Each cadre of Protector security technicians is overseen by a controller unit, the most common of which is the Stoich, Stork type. One of the tallest replica models, thanks to their extended legs, storks figuratively and literally keep a constant bird's-eye view of any situation, ready to direct and coordinate their assigned security technicians. Their tough, no-nonsense demeanor, though sometimes described as brutal and even cruel, makes them the perfect fit as unwavering sentinels of order.
My tallest. Your leaders are just taller than everyone else?
We make our way through a Protector office, where we note a few more paintings of the same shore and island, and head to the Protector archives. Here, we find a key, crudely engraved with that same island, and some more documents. One note in particular stands out. Colibri in the management office. One of the Colibris has holed herself up in the management office on the 7th floor. I've seen her and her illusions sitting around the room, crying. Which one is the real one? I think it's because of that painting in there. Whenever I was close to her, I felt like my mind was being assaulted by the image of that island. The sensation was strong enough to make me hurl. Is there a way to neutralize the transmission? Maybe some sort of feedback loop in the frequency of her control signal? This is interesting indeed. We dealt with that Colibri the old-fashioned way, but the revelation that bioresonance travels over radio waves is news to us. That must be how she was interfering with our system. She was basically hacking us over Wi-Fi, in addition to whatever else she was doing to our biocomponents. If we come up against that sort of thing again, maybe we can use our radio to fight back. We'll have to thank Alina for the thoughtful gift when we find her. The note's author seems to have drawn a picture of the island. Strange. Maybe the Colibri's attack left some sort of a lasting impression on them. A poster here depicts Vineta, the cradle of humanity. If there was any doubt that this was Earth, that should dispel it. Past a corrupted Euler in the back of the room, we find a key with a tag on it labeled Jäger, or Hunter. We recall that being the name of a locally famous Sta unit. We found a crank handle earlier, and we can use it to unseal the piano room. Inside, we find a small library, a monitor, and, shockingly, a piano. This must have been some of the only recreation available to most of the replicas around here. Speaking of, there's a packet on the chair describing the most basic unit, the Euler. Simple, universal, light replica, Owl. Type, Generation 4 low-cost general purpose. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell. Height, 175 cm. Euler units are the backbone of the Oisan nation's workforce. These elegant multi-purpose worker units are suited for all kinds of domestic tasks like cleaning, cooking, and simple medical and office work. Eulers are highly social and get along well with each other as well as most other replica models. While unfit for combat, their lightweight frame makes them a prime choice for distant facilities where supplies are limited. This would explain why we've seen so many Eulers here. On top of being very cheap to produce, they don't eat much and are under normal circumstances friendly and pleasant to have around, serving as a sort of social glue. Here at Sierpinski, they would have been serving as teachers, clerks, cleaners, nurses, and cooks, and probably assisting the Protector forces with various menial tasks. They come across as kind of frivolous and ditzy. The nurse on the hospital floor was paralyzed with fear, And
Kind of
we found
production
another
is that?
described one Euler who had to sleep in the hallway because the Sierpinski layout was too
This chick
confusing.
went out of our
As
way.
Generation 4 replicas, they're advanced enough to be repaired by the same medicines we are, and we saw one being treated on the hospital level, meaning their lives hold at least enough value to not immediately replace them. I wonder, do the lower generation Aras have different medicine they can use, or do they just get decommissioned when they're too sick or injured? Corrupted Eulas are the most common enemy in the game. They're very weak, being made largely of tumors and plastic with no armor to speak of, and their kitchen knives don't do much damage. They're low priority for flares unless they're hanging out somewhere we need to pass through often. It's easy to tell them apart from the larger Sta units by their faces. Corrupted Eulas have bare skulls with glowing eyes rather than the gauze veils of the former security forces. While we're on the subject, this may be a good time to point out that the name Euler could be another mathematical reference, this time to Leonhard Euler, one of the greatest mathematicians of the 18th century. Euler founded graph theory and topology and made innumerable contributions to math and the sciences that we rely on to this day. He's even the reason we write the number pi with this funky little symbol. However, while Euler is a fascinating historical figure, I'm not sure there's much to be made of the reference, if it is one. We find an owl key here, which we take back up to the staff level to open the Euler dorm. It's a sad sight. There are 12 beds in here, strung with fairy lights in an attempt to make it look a little less dismal. The Eulas have been given one standing mirror to share, and besides that, there's just a simple chair and a table, atop which sits a tape player and a broken cassette. It looks like that Stoich made good on her promise to put a stop to the music. While putting all of this together, I went through and counted the total number of enemies on Sierpinski and was surprised to find that there are exactly 6 corrupted Sta officers, matching the number of beds in their dorm. The lower-ranking replicas all have fewer beds than units, which suggests that they're taking shifts on them, much like real-life sailors do on submarines. It's easy to look at these cool designs and think about these cyborg girls getting into all kinds of mischief, but I am constantly struck by what a meager and temporary existence they were allotted. This room and a single cassette tape are all they had, and they didn't even get their own beds. We step into the repair bay, which turns out to be a mini nurse's station for replicas, and find our way to the shooting range beyond. We snag some ammo, but more importantly, we find a roll of tape and a locked gun case. Jaeger's key unlocks the case, and inside we find a beautiful upgrade for our arsenal, the revolver. It's the same model we saw in the X-ray machine, and fires powerful 12mm rounds. While it can't hit multiple targets like our shotgun, it does enough damage to consistently drop an Euler or an Ara in a single shot. Against the Sta officers, the first shot will knock their shield aside, allowing them to quickly be dispatched with a few follow-up attacks. It's quick, easy to use, and ammo isn't so scarce that we have to be precious about it. We can also put our repair module to good use once again by using the adhesive tape to fix the broken cassette. The poor Eulas would never have figured that one out, though we're still missing a way to play it. There's a score sheet hung up here, revealing that the top 3 records on the range are all held by Sta Officer Jaeger. The next one down is Storch Sieben, who we met upstairs. 5th place is held by Panza, or Tank, another Sta. It's interesting to see one replica pull so far ahead of her identical sisters, but we suppose they're only identical when they're built. Varying experiences and random circumstance would certainly cause them to diverge after that. Using the island key on the painting in the management office opens up a weird little door in the panel, where we find a key to the workshop. Hell yeah, now that's some survival horror bullshit. The workshop is trashed, but at least there are no Aras this time. Here we score another sealed envelope full of classified documents. Don't mind if we do. Replica Known Issues, Part 2. Classified Information. Commander Eyes Only. Previous experience with these replica models has given us insight into irregularities in their behavior that stem from the original neural patterns used for these units. Due to the sensitive nature of this information, this document should be destroyed after reading. Sta. Despite their normally laid-back demeanor, Stas have a strong internal hierarchy which is important to take into consideration when promoting units to officers. Not promoting a respected unit or promoting a unit low in status can lead to friction within dorms. Stas will occasionally develop in-group rules involving physical punishments. It is recommended to allow some officers to own military weapons as fetish objects to stabilize their persona. Stoich. Stoich units typically have a short temper. Training them in patience early after deployment is key, as their neural patterns are less stable than other models. Failing to do so may yield an extremely volatile personality prone to cruelty and violence. A common strategy is pairing them closely with an older Sta unit. Stoich's personality stabilizes by showering or bathing. Books on history or mythology work well as fetish objects. The cruelty might explain some of what we saw in the interrogation room, though Adler didn't seem to have a problem with what the security staff was doing to the Gestalts. Maybe in some cases, it's even a desirable trait. The last bit is especially interesting. A Storch is 240 centimeters tall. That's 7'10". We've seen the showers. They'd have to squat to get their hair wet.
Again?
The idea of a Storch trying to fit inside of a bathtub is hilarious. Not that Sierpinski has anything that nice. There's nothing too surprising about the Stas. They're soldiers, they haze each other, they like guns, and they get mad when the wrong units get promoted, but that's hardly classified information. There's a cassette player set up on the desk along with a radio broadcasting unit. Maybe this is where they did morning announcements. We idly wonder what else they got up to. Radio shows? Propaganda? We stick the tape in the deck and hit play, broadcasting it over frequency 140. At first we don't hear anything, but then we turn on our own radio module and dial it in. It's the Swan's theme from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. Swan Lake is a ballet that tells the story of Prince Siegfried, a young man who must find a bride. One night, while out hunting, he is surprised to see a swan transform into a beautiful woman, Queen Odette. She has been cursed by the evil Rothbard, who can take the form of an owl to turn into a swan by day unless someone who was never loved before pledges to love her forever. Siegfried and Odette fall in love, but the meddling Rothbard intervenes, disguising his daughter Odila to look just like the cursed queen. She tricks Siegfried into marrying her, and by the time he discovers the deception, it's too late. His love can no longer undo Odette's curse. Despairing, Odette dies of sadness at the center of the lake. Siegfried refuses to let her die alone and dives in after her and drowns. The story is a tragedy, but at least they are together in death. There's a lot going on here. For one, we've been confusing a white-haired woman with a brunette, and Falka wrote about confusing herself with somebody else. Somebody who was looking for a white-haired woman. Back in the USSR, Swan Lake was used to preface emergency broadcasts on state television and radio. It was probably chosen to head off panic, as it's a relaxing and familiar tune, but if you suddenly heard it come on, you knew something big had happened. Most notably, it was played when Leonid Brezhnev died, and again to announce the deaths of Yuri Andropov and Konstantin Chernenko. It also played prior to the announcement of the 1991 coup that triggered the fall of the Soviet Union. Lastly,
alrighty, viewers, it's really late streaming. I don't know how much I've been streaming. I've been streaming 4 hours? I actually didn't notice that. Well, this video is entertaining. Not for the reasons that I want to. It is entertaining nonetheless. This is definitely one thing that I've first time that I've done. They're probably gonna have to do that and check on some of these videos later. This is gonna take a while for me to actually watch it all. Although this video doesn't really offer any like explanation, real interpretation. Can't believe that the first video is the best one. At least this one is entertaining. So gotta have to give it up for that lady. Regardless, viewers, this is gonna be it for me for today. Thank you very, very much for watching Act of Vengeance. Thank you for tuning in, brother. And I'll see you all hopefully tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a day off for me. So expect me to play, to tune in actually early on. I might actually wake up early, like 6 hours from now. So yeah, expect like a stream. Maybe 8 hours from now, maybe. I'm gonna stream something 8 hours from now. We'll see. Anywho, viewers, this is gonna be it for me for today. Thank you very much for watching. I'll check you guys in the next streaming session. Have a good one, everyone.